listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 2025 brought a final series for the ages in the Eastern Football Netball League, and we're 12 months on, and another enthralling final series starts again, and it starts this afternoon here at Wally Chew Reserve in Ferntree Gully at the hills of the Dandenongs, and it's a big Division 3 qualifying final clash between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. And what a mouth-watering game we have in store for you this afternoon. My name is Wayne Brasher. I'm your host of pre-match today, and joining me are two of the most esteemed gentlemen on our EFNL media team, and it's a very warm welcome to Brett Davidson and Matt Spiderlee. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon to you, Brush, Davo, and everyone watching and listening. Great to be here out at Ferntree Gully. Haven't been out here for a very long time, but what a delightful setup we have. A great vantage,
magnificent.
Great vantage point. The ground's looking in splendid condition. There hasn't been senior finals out here for a very long time. I think we have to go back to the early 90s, and even I know there was a grand final played out here in 1987 between the Rams and East Ringwood. A famous one which Les Ferguson called. On that afternoon, but it's great to be here, and I reckon we're in for a ripping day of Div 3 footy between two quality teams.
Davo?
Yes.
Welcome to you.
Thank you so much, and gee whiz, I've been called a lot of things. I don't think esteemed has ever been one of them, but thank you so much for that, Brash.
Steamrolled maybe, but
yeah.
not esteemed.
So I am certainly looking forward to this game, and as Spider said, we've got a great view, great ground.
How many times you coached here?
I've probably 6 or 7 times. I've probably coached against Ferntree Gully in various formations. It's always been good to come out here. It's a nice ground to coach on. The new rooms are fantastic, and the balcony that we're on is really set up for what we're able to do today. And you know, we talk about these finals, and these two sides have certainly come into these finals in form, looking good and playing good football. So it's going to be a ripping game in great conditions.
And also, you know, this is the first of a double header this weekend, because tomorrow the team are back out here covering the big elimination final between Knox and Sylvan. So it's wall-to-wall EFNL finals football starting from today, and with this game, and there's a lot to look forward to with the coaches Chris Fletcher and Joel Perry joining us throughout this pre-match. So we'll get some insight on how they're going to line their games up, their teams up this afternoon. So once they come on, we'll start dissecting the game. Whilst we've got a few moments, we'll quickly start going through another enthralling round of EFNL football. There's still a rounds left in Division 1, 2 and 4, and 2 rounds left in Premier Division. And Premier Division, I think there's a lot of match of the rounds, but I'm going to go a little bit off cue today, because my match of the round happens to be at Belgrave South this afternoon between South Belgrave and South Croydon. And the reason why I'm going with that, because for me, whilst the finals is interesting, the relegation fight is going to go right down to the
wire.
To the wire, and I have a feeling that South Belgrave, with their ability to score this year a lot more consistently than South Croydon, gentlemen, I think they may get the points this afternoon. What are your thoughts?
Well, this is just a game, Davo, that you've got to get yourself up for. If you're South Belgrave, this is virtually a grand final for them. I mean, South Croydon, you know, they've really got nothing to play for in terms of they can't go up, they can't go down, but they can actually dictate which team gets relegated over the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, because they play them both, don't they?
Yep.
2 weeks in a row, so they've got Noble Park next week. And you're right, South Croydon, we spoke about it yesterday. We talked about the fact that they've had a couple of big weeks in their preparation with the fact that they could alter some finals opportunities for some sides, and the celebration of Dano King's 350th. They've had a lot of big weeks. They're now coming to a situation where they play the two bottom sides in a row. I'm not 100% sure how switched on they will really be. And this is, as Brash said, South Belgrave's big chance, because the following week I think they've got Blackburn, and that's going to be a pretty tough ask if they've got to try and win that game to remain relevant. So it is a huge game, and Brash, as you said, I think one of the key things is the fact you've got a side that can score, which has been South Belgrave. They've not had any problems with that all year. They've been able to score reasonably well, 60 or 70 points most games. They just haven't been able to defend, and they've especially not been able to defend big quarters. And
that's been a problem for South Croydon as well. Like they haven't been able to defend as well as what they would have liked.
And losing Sheridan has really taken away any impetus they've had in the score. To score, they've had to throw Jones forward, who's been very good, but then that's taking away a good defender as well. So they, I wouldn't be surprised if South Belgrave win. I've gone for South Croydon purely because I think it's at South Croydon?
No, it's South Belgrave. So I've gone South Belgrave.
So I'm still going with South Croydon. I think they've got a little bit too much class, but it really is a big one for South Belgrave today.
I just think I just got a bit of a feeling about this South Belgrave team. They're going to get up for this game. I just think a couple of their big name players, Smith, it's got the game for them to really step it up and put that final result on. But going to be an interesting afternoon out up there.
The other relegation game, which is of prominence, is for Noble Park. This is for me. They have to win this game today. For me, this is a non-negotiable. I know it's against Balwyn, and they always seem to find something against Balwyn. Doesn't matter where they are on the ladder. But for mine, Spider, I think it's still a bridge too far for Noble Park to pinch a victory down at Balwyn this afternoon.
Yeah, look, I mean, these two teams, every time they play, you always know that it's going to be an important game and a big game, and for Noble Park, they've just got to get themselves up, similar to South Belgrave. They've got to go with so much intent. This is like a grand final for them for the next 2 weeks. There's no coming back after the next 2 weeks. It's all or nothing, and they're playing against a Balwyn team and a club that they've had so much rivalry with, since coming into the league and before that as well. So they'll understand what's required today, but I just feel as well that Balwyn will get the job done by only about 3 or 4 goals. I think Noble are really in this game if they start well, but that's been a bit of their problem in some games. They haven't started well, and then it's just been in little patches throughout games when they've got themselves back in, but they just haven't been able to do it across 4 quarters, Davo. So really important for them. But I think Balwyn, there's some good ins, but there's a couple of outs too that are certainly going to, I suppose, even this contest up a little bit, I think.
Yeah, look, and I think this is probably, I agree with you, Spider. I think this is a game where I think Balwyn's probably going to have too much class, but who would have thought 3 years ago, if we were sitting in finals, that we would be talking about the fact that Noble Park and Balwyn are playing a key game in relegation situation.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's amazing, isn't it? So
team going for 3 premierships in a row this year, and a club that's won premiership 4 years ago is looking at going down. It's can turn around quite quickly. They've had a lot of things happen, and Noble Park, obviously, they're going to have some change in coaching. With Kyle Martin coming in and potentially Adam Trelaw and other players, but they don't really know what they're going to be doing, whether they're going to be in Premier or whether they're going to be a Divi 1 club.
Yep.
First of the coaches joining us for pre-match this afternoon on the big qualifying game between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully, and it's a very warm welcome to Joel Perry. Good afternoon, Joel.
Thanks, Brash. Thanks for having me, boys.
Joel, this is your 2nd year of coaching, and I've noted with interest over the last 2 years, right, that you've just started to get the right blend with seniors, and you've added a lot of youth and run to that to help that experience this year. and so far that combination has worked a treat for you.
Yeah, it seemed to be going okay so far this year. Obviously, we see how we go today, but I think when I took over, kind of quarter of the way through 2024, we were very young. We just needed to build our way and get the club back on its feet. And then we started to be able to recruit some players back, so getting ex-Basin players back, Lockie Kruger, Nick Hello, Mitch Serchikos from Bayswater. Their experience has been so essential for what we've been able to do so far this year, and we're going to rely on them again in the next 3 or 4 weeks, hopefully.
Joel, good afternoon, and good luck this afternoon. Big day for your footy club, and it's been a really big year. You've had a great run of form from the coaching perspective. How do you try to manage and balance it out from what you've done over the last 10 to 12 weeks to what you've got to do this afternoon against an Upper Ferntree Gully side that are going to be hard to beat because they've been in some really good form themselves?
Yeah, it's certainly, we all know finals is a different game, right? Like it's, there's no free running around, and it's Upper Gully bring a really highly contested brand of football. There's nothing really easy, so we've been able to counteract it twice this year, but finals are different, so I think the boys are prepared. I think for me, the message today is we don't need any heroes. We just need to continue to do what we've been doing, playing good team footy and the 22 doing and playing their role, rather than someone going out and getting 40 or kicking 10 goals. That's not what's going to get it done for us today.
Let's expand on that a little bit more in terms of the messaging today and the key focus points. What are some of the things that you've talked about internally that you think that you've been doing really well, that you just need to continue to do well in terms of getting off to a good start? How important is that, getting off to a good start in a finals game and settling those nerves early?
Yeah, clearly good momentum in the first quarter, first half is important. You don't want to be chasing your tail and going against what you've been doing all year as well. So I think interestingly, Upper Gully is playing a little bit different. That's what we've noticed kind of the last 7 or 8 weeks. They're trying to move the ball off the line a little bit more rather than going that long down the line to a contest. So something we've certainly picked up on, and we'll do our best to counteract that today.
Your development as a coach, how have you found it? You're getting an opportunity on the big stage to coach some finals footy. Do you tap into some of that previous stuff when you were fortunate enough to play finals footy yourself and draw upon some of your past mentors for a little bit of advice going into these type of games?
I haven't really spoke to any of the boys that used to coach me. I think Christian Bardsley and I, has coached a lot of footy in Eastland Footy League, so we talk all the time. Mainly our strategy is based on what we both believe in, so he's very experienced. We chat to each other a lot, and I think, as I said before, it's about just sticking to what you know. We don't need anyone going out there and doing any hero stuff. We just need everyone playing their role, and we think we've got the squad and the talent to get the job done if we do that today.
Just looking at your game over the last couple of years, I've just noticed that your defensive setup has been so much stronger this year than it has been in the past. It seems to be that you've got a really good balance there. You spread well in that area. I like the way you use the football outside of, you switch the ball extremely well. Has that been something you've really been working on, especially in this division?
Yeah, I think so. I think, you've been around at the club for a little bit now, so 2.5 years. It's something that you work out what do we want to look like in a couple of years, So you start working on it and you just keep drilling it in and training the same stuff. And, as I said earlier, when you get Nick and Lockie Kruger back, and they just make things a little bit easier, Mason Byrne, because they're good players, they know what to do, they get a hold of the footy. So that combination of bringing them in plus what I've been able to teach the boys and how we wanted to play for that last couple of years is kind of now coming to fruition. So certainly we want to move the ball quick. We don't want it to be a shit fight, pardon my French, on radio, but we don't want it to be, very contested. We want to be able to make them defend us. So that, to your point, is what we try and do. Doesn't always work out like that, but yeah, that's certainly been an aim of ours all year. And
that's what I was thinking about, the fact that you're also one of the highest scoring teams in the competition. I think 7 times you kicked 125 points plus. I think you've only conceded 100 once, and that's the Donvale, and that was early in the year. So there's both balances are really working well with that transition from defence to quick ball play to get it into a dangerous forward line.
Yes.
So today you look at a side that has also been kept teams to very, very low scores all the way through. And even though you've beaten them twice, it's still been a very low-scoring game.
Yep.
You both walk into today, both with your key forwards out. So you've both got your top scorers out. What is it that you need to do today to get over that defensive mindset of Upper Gully?
Yeah, certainly what they do, they like to bring more players around the stoppage, right, where we want to open it up a bit and let our prime movers in there get the ball out. They like to bring more players in, which makes it more contested. So that's the hardest thing with them, is getting past that. If you can get past that, okay, then we think we can score pretty well. But what they like to do is repeat stoppage until they win it. So yeah, that's going to be the telling factor of the game today, certainly winning that line. And
just can you just tell us a little bit? I had a look at a vision of him. I hadn't seen much of him, but young Aidan Butler as your ruckman. I watched 20 minutes of a quarter with him. I thought he's got a lovely left hand. And then I realised he's also got a right hand. So for a kid to come in, I know he's a skinny young kid, but it's fantastic to have a kid like that come into your group and work the way he has in that ruck role. Yeah, 100%. He's a kid that didn't really play footy until he was late, kind of 15, 16. And then he's just, his size clearly is his advantage, but he's actually really aggressive at ground level as well. So he's kind of like a really good follow-up player. The ball's in front of him on the ground, he'll go and get it. He doesn't wait for the little blokes to get it. So he's been great. His combination with Ethan Power is certainly a strength for us. Ethan's a really good ruckman. He has been in this division, Division 2, for a long time. So them working together, it just gives us the opportunity that if you're playing against, Billy McCormack might play different than Buster Todd today, so you can kind of mix it up and you might have one in there more than the other. But it just gives you some flexibility, and then they can both mark the footy in the air and the forward line as well. So it's a really good strength for us. And that's what I was going to say, doubling on with that, is the fact that if you can keep Ethan Power forward, he's so smart. He's been around a long time now in this competition. His ability to be able to bring the ball to ground too has been really good for you this year, hasn't it? It has, yes. He doesn't get outmarked. He's very, very competitive, Ethan. His old man was a very good footballer. He comes from good pedigree. He wouldn't tell you
that, though, would he? Doesn't he?
Saw Brash knows him pretty well, but
he does.
So he's got a lot of talent. He's certainly a strength for us, no doubt about that. It's just trying to put him in where the ball's going to be. To be honest, is the key. When we move him around at times, it hurts him because he just wants to be around the footy all the time.
Joel, a personal one, just lastly. Like you said, you've been in the Basin job for two and a half years. How do you rate your own performance? I know you can't judge it by wins and losses on the scoreboard, but how do you, as a coach, do you get a sense after each game that you've outcoached your opposition number, and is that the best way of judging how you think you're going?
I think if you look at that, I don't like talking about that too much, but
I wasn't meaning to be intruding, but
no.
You understand where I'm coming from, because you want to get better.
Yep. Yeah, I think when I did take over that 2.5 years ago, it was about having a look at what had happened and trying to right that. And so myself and the other coaches and the footy ops have come together, and we just had a plan and we just stuck at it, and we knew it wasn't going to be quick, and it's probably happened a little bit quicker than we expected, to be honest. But one thing that we had then with the culture was good. The playing group, they're all mates, they love each other, they love playing together, but they probably haven't been coached properly. So that was part. If we can hold the cultural part together and get the coaching part and the buy-in from that sense, then we think we can do something pretty good here. And we generally think, whether it's this year or not, we think we're a Division 2 club, to be honest. Yep. We've got to be able to prove that in the next 3 or 4 weeks. That's the challenge. So, but in terms of myself, I'm just happy to be at a really good club. The support from the committee, the president, is fantastic. They just let us do what we need to do. They don't interfere.
That's good.
They trust us. Obviously the results have been going okay, but as I said, we've got to prove it in the next 4 weeks.
And it's also the respect, isn't it, too, Joel? I mean, getting some respect back at the club. You have had a few years there where the club wasn't going as well on the field, and that dwindles in support, but then the supporters jump on once good things are happening.
They do. They're very, very passionate when you're winning, particularly when you're playing at Batterham.
Yeah, exactly.
When we saw the finals venue, we see that's not far from the Basin down here, so we expect to be, there'll be a fair few of them here today, I would have thought, and hopefully in the coming weeks. But yeah, I think it's a good place to be around. You know, we think we can do some damage. It's just whether the boys can get the job done when we really need them to in the next 3 or 4 weeks.
I think also one of the things that's been really good for you is the fact that you've got your reserves are sitting on top of the ladder. And while this doesn't sound a lot, I think it's massive. Your under-19s are up and running again.
Yep.
And I think we all know that there was that big transfer across to Baronia with all those players that went across. And when you have a gap at that level, it really hurts the football club. But you've managed to get a group of boys together, and you've got an under-16 team coming up that looks all right as well. So that must really... You must be feeling really good, because it means that you don't have to go out and get 4 or 5 players every year, because you're going to have at least a couple come through to replenish.
100%. You can't just keep recruiting. Hence why we've gone and got ex-Basin players. You know, they know what the place is like. They know what the ground's like. You know, it can get a little bit muddy in winter.
And they're one-pointers too, which helps.
Well,
too, doesn't it?
unfortunately, Nick wasn't, because he went over to WA. But we tried to get him to be, but it didn't really matter because our points are still low anyway. But it's certainly good. I mean, having no 9Ns last year wasn't great. You know, it just proves that you need to have good people in these roles at your club, because if you give it to the wrong people, that's what can happen. And yeah, they've got to have the club at heart, not themselves, and that's the thing. And I'm not having a crack at anyone there. It just commonly happens that you get the wrong person and you lose groups of players. So anyway, you know,
it's best intentions, the term we use, isn't it?
Exactly right. Yeah, and I think, you know, having a good environment where they can come and play and be supported, and you know, but still chase their footy and try and improve. That's what you want to try and get in local footy, and we seem to be going okay with it. Yeah.
Well, Joel, thank you very much for joining us on pre-match, and I'm very happy to hear that young Mason Byrne has fitted into the side very, very nicely. So from the team this afternoon, good luck, and hopefully at 5 o'clock you're moving into a second semi-final against Donvale next weekend.
Beautiful. Thanks for having me, boys. Appreciate it.
There you, David, coach of the base, and Joel Perry joining us this afternoon. And you know, always good to speak to him. He's a wonderful, wonderful man. Premiership player. He's coached everywhere.
He has.
He's coached in the Outer East, I think, up at Powelltown or something.
I think he was he Mumbai?
Yeah, he's
up that way. He's
been a journeyman. He's a Premiership player. He was a good footballer.
Oh, he's a very good footballer.
Yeah,
no doubt about that. And you know, it's a good thing when you get a player that's been at a culturally extremely strong club.
Yeah.
Because what they do is that they know what the culture needs to be, and they bring it and adapt it to the club. And yeah, he was. What I like about him, he's brutally honest. He was brutally honest, and he laid it fairly clear that this is, you know, what they've been able to do is something that was nearly forced upon them because of the past, and they've managed to turn it around. And
actually, it actually smelt like, Davo, that what they were lacking was a footy manager.
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like to me.
Yeah, and look, and they had it. They had it really tough there for a couple of years.
Yeah, they did.
I know we at Heathmont, when I was there, you know, they used to be really hard to play against. They were a really difficult side, but they just couldn't get over the line, and they kept losing players to other clubs, and then they unfortunately tried to recruit the wrong sort of players to the club, thinking that for a quick fix, and it didn't work, and then they lost the 19s, and it's
snowball effect.
It did have a snowball effect, but to their credit, you know, they've really turned it around. And when you look at their side, they're a very, very young team in a lot of ways. I think there's only, I think it's Michael Thompson. Yeah, Michael Thompson with 175 games is their most experienced player.
Yeah.
And that's not a lot.
No.
Because when they look at 175 games on the internet, that includes their junior games.
Yeah, yep.
So, you know, they've got a heap of players that are in that 35 to 70 bracket of games, which is the perfect time you want them to be able to mould them into a group that's going to go further. And that's the thing that I think is really important for the Basin.
Yeah, and it might not happen this year. It might happen over. It might be next year. But at least they're in the mix and they know that they can get there.
And if they do go up, the beauty of it is that they're going to go up with a young group.
Yeah, and then trying to stay up.
And then stay up. It's so much harder if you're going up with an older group. It just makes it way too hard to then keep them because they, especially if they had some success or none at all, it becomes really difficult.
Yep.
Well, the coaches come thick and fast, gentlemen, and it's a very warm welcome to the Upper Ferntree Gully coach, Chris Fletcher. Good afternoon, Chris. Congratulations on Upper Ferntree Gully making the finals to season 2026. You've had a very, very solid season with not too many lulls throughout. The side has performed at a consistent level heading into the finals. How have you seen the home and away season leading into a game like today?
Yeah, g'day guys. Thanks for having me. We've had a pretty consistent year. We've had ups and downs. We've had those ups and downs in games as well as throughout the season. But we feel like we've got ourselves in a pretty good position now, and hopefully, there's no excuses. We go out there today and put our best foot forward.
Good luck this afternoon, Chris.
Thank you.
All the best for the contest. Take us inside the inner sanctum. First of all, how important has it been to have everyone playing today, the seconds, and then the seniors? So it's that one club environment today. Yeah,
it's we've had a really successful home and away season as a club. The women have done fantastically well. They finished second this season. Played today as well. The 19s finished on top of the ladder, which was fantastic for those boys. They put in a lot of hard work, which is really exciting. The reserves obviously playing right now against Knox and got a bit of work to do by the looks of things, but they'll fight it out, I'm sure, and then hopefully today we can put on a good display and put our best foot forward and get the result.
So what are the key messages and focus points for you guys today? You want to get off to a good start, but what are some of the key areas you think of some of the good things that the Basin have been doing over the last 10 to 12 weeks when they've been very good? You've been watching them closely. What are some of those things that you're really going to have to drill down on this afternoon?
I think with any sort of finals game, finals footy, there's a real big focus area around pressure and contested ball. The Basin are a very, very good contested side. They're very good on the inside. We know that they've got a lot of good players. A solid forward line led by Connor, who's a very important player to them. But while they do have a few star players across their lineup, we also know that they're a pretty even side, and they don't necessarily just rely on one or two players. So they've been one of the more consistent sides all year and have built nicely into the season. And as it's gotten better, I feel like they're probably the side that's really improved as the year's gone on. And we know it's going to be a tough challenge today, but that's what footy's about. That's what finals are about. And we spoke at length this week about our ability to enjoy that. We want to be a relevant club in the competition, and part of being a relevant club in the competition is that you get that sort of attention and that focus put on you. And finals is about pressure, but we want to be in finals, so we understand that we want to be put in these pressure situations.
Ethan Harris had a terrific year to date, and Travis Strange as well. We know when we watch the vision, or we see the best players week after week. There's some of the names that are very commonly there. But it can't solely just rely upon them today. It has to be a spread of effort right across the board as well.
Yeah, that's right. Look, they're very important players to us. Obviously, I think everybody knows the ability that both those boys have, but we feel like we've got weapons across all lines, and we need to have probably 22 contributors every week we go out and play, and that's what it's about. Making sure that everybody has their role, they know their role and they can execute. And we're really looking forward today to giving those guys another opportunity in a pressure game, in a finals game, and giving them more experience to see what's under the bonnet.
One last one from me before I give it to Dave. The Nuku boys have been in some really good form as well. They've been really important since coming across to the footy club.
Who's that, sorry?
Both Jordan
the Nuku boys.
Yep.
No, they're great fellas to have around the place as well. They buy into everything. They're really good club people to have around the place. Jordan's had a really good year down back for us. He's been a solid contributor every week. He's very versatile. He's durable. He's You know, he's a solid contributor every week, and we know what we're going to get out of him. You know, Dylan's a little bit younger than Jordan, still under 19s eligible, but you know, he's really matured this year, and he's sort of been pushed by Jordan to really develop his game and his maturity, and it's something that he's worked really hard on, and he gets the rewards, gets an opportunity to play senior finals, and you know, it's just an exciting time for him, really. It's got a long football career ahead of him, I think. So
for both of them, I mean, they're both long-term players for your club.
Yeah, that's right.
Chris, last time we saw you was against Sylvan, and one of the things we spoke about was the fact that particularly myself, how impressed I was with your structure, your setup, and your ability to transfer the football defensively up the ground. I thought it was you were excellent in the way you did it on that day. You're coming up against a side that plays a very high line, that's also got the ability to transfer the football out of defence quickly, especially with a switch kick and then by hand. They're a very high-scoring team when they get on the roll. You're a team that's been able to keep basically every side under 75 points for the year. Finals are won by a team that defends better than any other team. Do you think that's going to be a real key for you today?
I think so. Look, I think the defensive side of our game is something we've really tried to pride ourselves on and been really, really stingy in that area of the game. And, you know, to the credit to the Basin, they've been managed to get on top of us twice already this year, and we're aware of that. Like I said, they've got some quality players through their midfield and forward of the footy, and they do score pretty heavily against most sides. I'm not oblivious to the other results that go on around the competition, but they're a very, very good side. They're a very well coached side. You know, they've got a good balance of players through the middle of the ground and forward of the footy, and like you said, they defend their ground very well. Their pressure around the contest is as good as what's out there in our division. And, you know, hopefully our boys today are up for that sort of a challenge, because, you know, we know when we come up against the Basin, it's going to be a four-quarter performance. It's going to be what's required, because they are a good side, and it's what it's going to take against good sides.
So both teams' key forwards are both out today. So you've lost Mason. I think he's not playing today, and they've lost Connor Edwards. So you take a slab of goals out of both teams, which just evens you up a little bit. Where do you get your scoring from? Because I think you'd agree that 75 points in this game nearly wins this game today, because of the way both sides are able to play. And this ground allows for a bit of scoring, but allows you to defend as well. So where do you get your goals from today?
Yeah, I think from both sides, I'd be surprised if both sides weren't wanting to play a front half game, obviously. But I think that's what it's going to come down to, that front half pressure and making sure you can lock it in your front half for sustainable periods of time. Give yourselves an opportunity to put some front half pressure on the opposition. You know, and we sort of pride ourselves on that a little bit. So I think, you know, with full ground pressure and the ability to win the contest at the forefront of the game, that's going to give us most opportunities.
And finally from me, I look at your side, you're still very young, you're very inexperienced in a lot of ways. It must be really exciting coaching a group of young men who are coming into a final, a lot of them probably their first finals in some situations. It must be really exciting to do that.
Oh, it is. It is really exciting. Look, the club's on a really good trajectory, you know, and when I was lucky enough to be appointed as coach, I'd identified the young talent that was at Upper Ferntree Gully. You know, and full credit to the players. They've bought into everything we're trying to teach and train and coach, and you know, they've done 2 years of good, solid, hard work, and they earned their opportunity today. We know that, you know, we're coming up against good sides, but that's finals footy. You expect that. You expect a good contest. You expect a physical contest. You expect a good game of footy, and you've got to be up for the challenge. But you know, these boys, they get their opportunity today. They've worked really, really hard for it. They're prepared for it. You know, we feel like they're ready to put their best foot forward, and hopefully they can put that showcase on today for everybody here, and in particular themselves, more importantly, because at the end of the day, you know, they've done the hard work and they deserve the opportunity.
Yeah, finally for me, Chris, would be remiss of me not to talk about the on-field, your on-field captain in Rory Bailey. One thing I like about Rory, and I've watched him for many, many years, right? He's not afraid to change the dynamics because of his experience. He's proactive, and he'll go off on his own bat and try and make something happen before the message comes out. So it's really good for you on the boundary line, knowing that you've got a really switched on skipper that can make a change and preempt a change for the betterment of the team.
Yeah, Rory's been fantastic for us since I've turned up to the club, really. He knows we've been a young group, and we're going to continue to develop, but the one thing that's impressed me with Rory is he's always trying to improve himself as well, not only with his footy on the field, but also his off-field leadership and his on-field leadership. It's something that we talk about a fair bit. You know, we have a pretty close relationship that the whole coaching group do with Rory, and you know, he's very approachable, very easy to talk to. He can take the positive and the negative feedback. He's very, very good at portraying his messages across to the playing group, and he's got a lot of respect. And you know, he wears his heart on his sleeve every time he goes out in the field. We know what we're going to get out of him today.
Well, Chris, you know, you've spent the last 2 years, you know, working towards a game like this, and even though the loser gets another chance, it's almost like a free hit for both sides this afternoon. One will have to come, if they want to go further, will have to come through the longer way. But I really think that the game could open up, because both sides will want to play for keeps.
Yeah.
And I think the game could be a very, very entertaining contest. But hopefully by 5 p.m. this afternoon, Upper Gully might have won this game and move into a second semi-final against Donvale next weekend.
Yeah, hope so.
Thank you very much for
boys.
giving up your time.
No problems. Enjoy the day, boys.
Yeah.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Fletcher from the Upper Ferntree Gully Football Club, good with his time. They looked after us when we went down to Upper Ferntree Gully during the season. They put on one of the best spreads after game.
I heard about that. I heard there was some ripping food there.
They've been doing
by the kilos.
Mate, they've been doing it for 20 years, and and the quality never drops.
No, it's a high standard.
Well, it is. Well, we're going to take our first break, and when we come back, we'll finish off going through all the rest of the games in the Eastern Football Netball League. But once we come back, that will happen. We're coming to you live from Wally Chew Oval in Ferntree Gully. It's the qualifying final in Division 3 this afternoon between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully, coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1
with live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 match of the day coverage.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game day comes to you live from Wally Chew Oval this afternoon. Brett Davidson, Matt Spiderlee and yours truly, Wayne Brasher, taking you through pre-match this afternoon. Gentlemen, before the coaches came on, we were talking about Division 1. Let's get back to the discussion. And Anthony Fagan's put it on his side this week in the media, saying it's the biggest game in the season for Blackburn Spider, and they come up against a Berwick side who are going to be equally determined to hold that position in the finals.
Yeah, they will be. Look, I mean, it's going to be an interesting clash. I mean, Blackburn, they've got some good inclusions today, so they are starting to build, so a really important game for them. But you can't underestimate a Berwick team that will go there with everything. They'll go there with their effort. They'll go there, very competitive. They defend strongly. In the midfield, they'll be up for the fight. It's just whether they're going to be able to kick enough goals up forward, and that's probably the area today I question a little bit. Defensively, Blackburn, I think they'll be, I think they're starting to get a few players back there, and obviously to get guys like Wood back into the team, start to get that nucleus of that midfield back up and running. I think today for Blackburn, they just got to get over the line. That's all they have to do, and nail down that final spot. So, you think Blackburn at home will get the job done, Davo, but Berwick, they'll push every step of the way.
Yeah, and they've been really well coached this year, Berwick.
He's good, Andrew Williams, yeah.
Yeah, he's done a great job, and they've deserved the position they're in. I think the inclusions are important for Blackburn. Harry's a huge one to bring back. Their ruckman, they've missed him. Wood is another dangerous forward, and they've got a lot of dangerous forwards, and I think that's probably the difference. As you said, Berwick need to be able to score a bit more than what they have, and I just think that Blackburn will have too many strings to their bow today, and I agree with 100%. They just have to win. That's the key.
Yep.
And if they do, they're in a prime position, and I think they will today. But I've been really impressed with Berwick, and I think whatever happens today, they take away from this year a really good sounding board and springboard for next year.
Yeah, next year they're a side that they'll add a little bit more to that, and then they could potentially play finals and push big time next year.
Yep.
Roval is starting to look like, starting to see what life without Mav Taylor is. And as they head into a final series with a side that probably still looks a little bit undermanned, coming into a game against Doncaster East, who are in very, very good form. Shaky's still in good form. They've got a couple out themselves, Doncaster East, so I think it brings them back to the pack just a little bit. Roval at home are always really potentially a hard side to beat. I expect them to get the job done today, but I reckon Doncaster East are going to give them a huge fright.
Yeah, going to be a close game, Brash, I think. I think that if the Hawks can lock the ball in that front half, make it hard for Donny East to defend, that's going to be the key to this game. And the midfield battle, the way that the Hawks play, they like to play that chaos game, whereas Donny East like to use that offence. They like to transition the ball through the likes of Owens and Matt O'Brien, etc. They'll be really important for them today. So if they can get the ball down to Shaki and put the Roval defence on edge a little bit, who have been very good, the Hawks, and they get a few players back themselves. So look, I expect this to be close, but I think the Hawks might just find a way to get over the line narrowly. I don't think they either are going to show all their cards today, because they're probably going to play each other in a couple of weeks' time again.
Davo, do Brolick and Owens play wide of each other, or do they match, or do they go one-on-one match-up?
I don't think they'll go one-on-one because they're two completely different footballers. You've got your Brolick, who's your in and under player, and if you take him out of that role, then I know they've got Colclough in there that can do the same sort of role.
You've got Edwards as well.
And Edwards, I think they'll have to keep an eye on Owens, but he's been in such tremendous form this year that his ability to transition the ball from a metre outside the contest has been outstanding. Uses the footy really well. I'm going to be interested to see the match-up with Verrill and Shaki. I think that's going to be a great match-up. I'm also interested to see Scrivenos come up from the twos at Roval. He's a leading goal kicker in the twos. He had a game last week. He comes in, he's a young boy. He kicked a couple last week. He'll have another crack at replacing Mav Taylor in that forward line. And I think he's got a bit of size and run about him. But I think Stapleton coming in for Roval certainly is a big plus. I've gone for Donny East. I've gone for them today because I've been way too critical of them in the past, I must admit, and they've proven me wrong a number of games. So I'm gonna maybe giving them a hoodoo, but I'm gonna tip them today, even out at Roval.
But it'd be a psychological edge going into a finals campaign, I think, for Donny East, just to know that they can beat a team like Roval.
I agree with that.
There's probably more on the line for Donny East today than what there is for Roval.
Yeah, because I think Roval know they're going to get 2 or 3 or 4 back for that
from
final
VFL.
For that final
being the last week of VFL too, they'll get all their players back. Yep.
So I think I'm tipping him by under a goal.
I reckon, gentlemen, if Verrill can hold Shaki to 3 goals, I'll take that as a win.
Oh my goodness, yes. I don't think anyone's held him to...
Well, if he kicks 5, they're probably winning.
Yeah, that's right.
Last game set down for decision. Vermont go in without Wale Buxton this afternoon in a crucial contest because they still need to win to maintain their momentum. And they travel up to East Ringwood Reserve. They won there last year, but I'm not 100% sure whether the result is going to be the same this year. But Vermont have made great strides since they were able to get back on their home turf after about round 9. And it seems it's almost South Croydon like when they had that run a few years ago, where they had that big run of home games and sent them through to a final series. It's happening for Vermont, but I just think today I think the momentum maybe just stalled a little bit for a week.
I think it's a little bit of a free hit for Vermont in the sense that they've had such a settled team over the last 8 to 10 weeks. Yeah, sure, there's a couple of guys missing today, but that gives a little bit of an opportunity for some players that might be on the edge, on the fringe of a final spot. I think East Ring would probably get the job done just in terms of the way that they play, through their midfield transition, through offence and their defence at the moment. But I think Vermont will give a good account of themselves. I think this margin will only be a couple of goals in it, Dave. I think Vermont, when they play East Ringwood, they like to play a certain way, and I think they'll certainly give it a pretty good shot. But East Ringwood, a few good inclusions. I know they're resting a few as well, but I like the inclusions for them.
Yeah, look, and I think fantastic history between the two clubs, which is always brought up. I think Vermont have been super impressive this year. Like from where they started to where they are at the moment, they've come along, they've settled, they've had a number of new players come to the club. They've really settled in their positions. Isaac's back into the defensive area. They've had Barjramov in the defensive area, which has been a real bit of a revelation because he normally plays
did a good job last week, Barjramov.
Yeah. So, and then their forward lines really, they've got that different look now with Wiedemann down there, big young Armu, who's down there as well. I really like their setup, but to be honest, I think East Ringwood are just chugging along the way they do, and defensively they're incredibly strong, and that's where they get their run, their carry, their wave comes from that area. And with Bilo back in super form, I think they're going to be a little bit too strong for Vermont, but again, I think it's only a 2-goal win.
Yep. One young player that I've always had a lot of time for, I'm just seeing the eye and the tiger coming back into him, is Adrian Kalkowski. He's just starting to...
New lease of life.
He's starting to ramp up again. He's getting better and better. I'm expecting a couple of big games from him. I think he's ready to fire again. And if he starts firing up, that's going to give him an extra string to the bow in the forward 50.
Yeah, particularly come finals time on bigger grounds. Yeah, they need him to do that.
And unfortunate for him, he's had a bad run of luck with injury over the last 2 years, so we haven't seen the very best of him. But he's back in now, and I reckon he's ready to fire.
Yeah, he had that purple patch there a couple of years ago where he had about 5 or 6 games in a row heading into finals where he was a real key.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're right, he's had a lot of injuries, and if they can get him in, he adds something a bit different as well into the forward line. So yeah, look, don't get me wrong, I love their young guys. You know, they've got some great kids that are coming through their side. They've been given a chance.
Burke actually went down back and played a bit last week. So that's
he's out this week, but he's been really impressive, the young kid.
He's going to be a superstar.
Yeah, he's going to be a star. And they've got a bloke in their middle that goes okay too, doesn't he?
Yeah, Spencer. Son of grandfather of Cleggy.
Yep. So, you know, you've got him and...
good pedigree.
And then, as I said, you know, you've got a bloke who's won a couple of BNFs that's running around in their ones that goes okay in the middle too, doesn't he? What's his name again?
Johns.
Yeah, Johns.
Forgotten about him.
Yeah, he doesn't do too bad.
He does pretty well,
They've got some great players, and I think that's one of the things that'll make it a great game of footy. But I am still going with Donny East. I think they're just really settled, really structured up well. And they, East Ringwood, and they just run the ball so well.
All right, gents, we've got 5 minutes left, I reckon. Let's quickly go through Div 1. Norwood get the job over Bayswater, and I think in pretty convincing manner, really.
Yep.
Interesting contest down at Home Park. Beaconsfield for mine have been a little disappointing this year. Montrose are resting players, you know, for a finals tilt. Montrose for mine, but just.
Yeah, Montrose will win, but be careful. Beaconsfield will be looking to finish your season off.
Ditto.
Baronia have had a late season, a season of lost opportunity, basically of injury. They come up against the North Ringwood side who are just primed for another finals tilt. I'm going to tip the Saints.
Yeah,
here.
Saints to win. Top spot is on the line if they can get it.
Yeah, I agree. They'll win that quite easily, I think.
Another side that are sending a very, very strong message that they mean business is the Park Orchards Football Club. They come up against Mooroolbark, and I think they'll finish their season at Donomy in a winning fashion.
Yeah, Park Orchards comfortably. Mooroolbark, it's been a pretty disappointing season for them.
Yeah, I think they'll win it easy, and they're a bit of a smoky for finals this year, Park Orchards.
Yep. Mitcham with one of the most scariest forward lines in Division 1 coming into a final series, take on Wanturna South down at Walker Reserve, and I think the Tigers, I reckon they're ready to pounce again.
Yeah, they'll win today, Mitcham, and interesting to note that Mitch Johnson playing in the reserves today, so he's a prospect of returning in the finals as well. But it's looking like the Tigers, if they get that win today, they'll sew up the minor premiership.
Yeah, I think they win today, and that is scary. If you think you can get Johnson in with Lovell, Olden, and Parenti, if you can get those 4 in their forward line, who's going to stop them? I don't think anyone. But today, they'll be too strong for Wani South, even at Wani South.
All right, Div 2, Croydon are at home to Surrey. Big day for Croydon. Unfortunately, they need to win, but they're coming up against a side that just seem to have all the answers.
Yeah, but so many outs for Surrey. Surrey, a number of outs. We're talking, 7 or 8 outs. We talked about it yesterday. I should change my tip to Croydon, Davo, and I think Croydon get this one.
I'm still going with Surrey.
You reckon they're tanking over?
They've rested, so their entire midfield is out.
What, Tom Smith?
Josh Ward has pulled the cord
Smith's
on them.
out, Williams is out, the Ruckman's out.
Oh yeah, Laidlaw.
So they're in. They've got a lot of players out. They've got their fullback out and centre half forward out.
Yeah.
So I still tip. I'm still tipping them just.
Well, gentlemen, unfortunately, we're not going to get through the rest of with the rest of the games because pre-match has to come to an end, and it's been a very entertaining pre-match, it must be said. So thank you to you, Brett Davidson and Matt Spider-Lee.
Thanks.
Talk to you at half-time.
And when we come back, the call team will assemble for the big qualifying division clash between the Basin and Upper Gully. It's coming to you live on Radio Eastern 98.1 and streaming all around the world on Facebook and YouTube.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the Eastland match of the round. Division 3 finals has officially arrived, and we are here at Wally 2 Reserve for the Division 3 qualifying final between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. A big afternoon ahead as one side will move into a second semi-final where they will face Donvale, who will await this result today. A big afternoon ahead. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the AFNL, joined by a full crew today. Of course, Blake Tennant alongside me for this game. Great to have you here today. It's a fantastic day. First final for us out here at Wally 2. Grounds in good nick. Great setup here at the balcony, which is new this season. So looking forward to obviously getting into everything today.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. Good to be here as well. And I believe my first ever game was at Wally 2 Reserve, so brings back some good memories as well. Good to be out here as well. The facilities here are magnificent as well. And I just want to say a quick shout out to the Ferntree Gully Footy Club, Football Netball Club as well for putting in and getting the whole final series here too.
They've been fantastic, like helping us out, setting things up, allowing us to set stuff up, sort of bring stuff in overnight, and what we'll do on the final.
Are you sleeping?
No, I'm not sleeping here. Certainly not tonight, even though we're back here tomorrow.
Yes.
But we'll see what happens on the grand final.
No, absolutely. It's they've done a fantastic job, and I'm sure they'll be able to continue that throughout the final series. Wayne Brasher also joining us, who was hosting pre-game. Great to have you here for the big game between the Bears and the Kings. Our really good look at two real contenders for the flag this year.
Oh yeah, and I've been actually quite bullish on both these sides because I think they've got a genuine chance against Donvale this year. And I think whoever wins today is going to give Donvale a real run for their money next weekend to go into a grand final, Ryan.
Oh, absolutely. It's a big opportunity. The winner, of course, will play them next week. The loser will play the winner of tomorrow's game, the elimination final between Knox and Sylvan. For the first time today, Emily Mackay, great to have you back on board for a big final out here at Wally 2 Reserve.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Ryan. Really stoked, really keen to watch the game. We saw Upper Gully earlier this year, and I was really impressed with the way they moved the ball. And yeah, apparently Basin's the same, so it'll be I'm going to say a very high-scoring contest, which will be very, very fun to watch.
Absolutely. That game was against Sylvan earlier in the year where they dominated the first half, and both sides have been super impressive this year. Paul Uconi is also joining us, who's in the Stats Centre, but I have a feeling you'll be keeping us updated on all the scores around the grounds, particularly those with finals implications today, with Division 2 games sorting out the relegation race as well as the top 5 race, and Division 4, if Kilsyth can pull off an upset, potentially they might get a late charge. So great to have you on board, Paul.
Well, you know, when it all starts getting real, when it gets to this time of the year, it's a wonderful day for it out here. And, you know, it's going to be a very, very interesting day to see how everything all pans out.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we'll keep a look out at some of those results. We might get the live ladders out there. And one person who usually is in charge of live ladders and great with Mass is Josh Ward, who's down on the boundary line with Jared Beanland. Josh, what's it like out there? Conditions look all right?
Really good with Mats. That's a lie. No, conditions are really good down here at Wally 2. The ground's pretty firm underfoot. It is a little bit cloudy overhead, but not too much of a breeze. The toss is just about to be done, Jared, but we're looking forward to being down here. And what is a pretty decent crowd out here at Wally 2?
Absolutely. G'day, gents. Thanks very much for having me, and g'day to all the listeners. Very keen for this one to get underway. I'm really keen to see the Basin. They'd be my tip for this game. We didn't particularly see the best of them when we saw them against Donvale a few months ago. So, yeah, very keen to see what they have to offer in this final series. I've got them winning by 4 goals.
Absolutely. They had a very different lineup. We'll get you to let us know the outcome of the coin toss with the two captains out there in the middle, Josh.
The Basin have won the toss, much to the delight of their support out here. They're kicking to the left of your broadcast, or the Burwood Highway end, and Upper Ferntree Gully are kicking to the right, or to the Brennock Park Drive end of the ground.
Oh, very good. Great to get stuck into this one. Upper Ferntree Gully today, if you're watching on the live stream at home, they are wearing a Clash jumper, so obviously different numbers than their usual gear.
Yeah,
and this
wearing the Burrows jumper as well, so...
Looking forward to getting stuck into this one. Your tip today, Blake?
I've been really bullish on these side. I think I've been on them since May, I would say, this year, and I think the Basin get home today. I think I don't like saying the word comfortably because it's a final and you want it to be close. So I think the Basin get home by 5 to 7 goals today.
Brash, your thoughts on today?
Well, I think both sides are going to play attacking football because they've got nothing to lose. One will have to come through a little bit harder than the other, depending on the result. So I'm expecting that both sides are not going to leave anything on the park this afternoon. But I've been pretty bullish on the Basin, like Blake, for most of the year. But I'm going to pick the margin by about 18 points, Ryan.
Emily, your thoughts on this one? You saw Upper Ferntree Gully live earlier in the year. You're leaning towards the Kings and getting this done, or has the Bears impressed you as well?
No, I was very, very impressed by Upper Gully. I'm going to say close game, probably 2 goals.
And Paul, your tip?
Yeah, I'm going to go the Basin in a close one by about 3 goals.
Very good. So looking forward to getting stuck into this one down on the boundary. Josh? Or Jared, sorry?
Caught me a bit off guard for a second there. The Basin I'm tipping by about 10 points.
Yeah, but I had the Basin by 4 goals.
There we go. So looking forward to getting into this one. We're almost set to go. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastland 98.1 FM, streaming live this afternoon, as well as our Facebook and YouTube streams. A spot in the second semi is up for grabs as the wind starts to pick up right before the first bounce.
Of course it does.
Important first quarter here for both sides. They'll be anxious to get started. Met in the elimination final last year and it was decided by a single point. If it's anything like that last contest, I think we're in for a big afternoon ahead. Here's the first bounce. Blake Tennant, take us underway.
Here we go, finals footy. It's back, EFNL. Great to be down here at Wally 2 Reserve. 2v3 coming into the game, and already hot footy is contested here. And getting that ball is Nicholson, getting away for the Basin to start the game off here. They get the opening clearance, they go inside 50 for the first time. Big mark taken.
Good mark.
Good mark taken there, and that was again by the man who's just come in as well in Edwards. Coming in for the game today. There was a little bit of a doubt if he was going to come in, but he's coming in to this team. And he looks like he's going to have a big impact early on, brushing him.
Yeah, well, Edwards, solid footballer, proven goal kicker, proven finalist.
So Edwards now can get the first score of the day. He's on an angle. Definitely have the kicking in this game here. Can kick the Basin's burst of the day. Umpire's moving and it's going to go through to the left, through for a behind. So Basin opening up the scoring here, one behind to Upper Gully yet to score. We'll go boundary. I heard a click up.
Yeah, so just on the Basin forward matchups, Edwards has got Nuku for company and Darcy Meyer has got the job on Ethan Power.
Thank you, Josh. And we're just about to get another tackle. The physicality of the Basin has definitely started early and it's on again. I'm sure we'll see a few of these. These two sides, yeah, they live right around each other. Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully as well. Upper Gully, easy road here, a couple minutes down the road. And they played here last week too. If you just joined us, they played Ferntree Gully. Basin get a clearance kick off the boot here. Getting this ball here was Nuku in Jordan. Around this ball is Rory Bailey, the champ. And that one might be holding the ball. It won't be. The Basin faithful are very up and about here early stages here, Ryan.
Great crowd in today here at Wally 2 Reserve. Fantastic support for both sides. Two big supporting bases, of course, up Ferntree Gully just in the reserves final before, up against Knox. As the ball's back into play, the tap down was won that time from Harrop. Nick Haller first to the football. Did he cop one high? He did. He will get a free kick here. Has come back to the Bears this year and has been absolutely fantastic. As he loads up and almost hits up a target. Spoiled just at time by Nuku, who's involved in this one again. Head over the football. Ball comes back out. Rory Bailey off the left boot finds a target. Short option as they keep this alive to Upper Ferntree Gully. Under a lot of pressure early in this contest. Clearing kick hits up a target in Ethan Harris. Here on the half-back line for Upper Ferntree Gully. Went off his mark, so he'll be called to play on here. Down the line he goes. Can they get a mark out of this one? Sport from behind gives them an opportunity at ground level. It was Edwards that had it first. Now Swindle uses the corridor. Bounced unfavourably for them. It was picked up that time from Charles, who got it back off to Harris, and now they move this down. Mark taken by Graham. Matthew Graham for Upper Ferntree Gully has the short option. They keep this tucked in on the boundary line. Busted Todd. He's had another good season here for the Kings. His kick inside 50, bounce off the chest of his intended target. McDonald was in the right spot, got the handball off to a teammate who sends him inside 50 once again. Going for that one, Jay Robertson takes the mark on the chest. And probably will be in range from here. There'll be a tough angle.
Basin's pressure has been really elite. This is not the Upper Gully side that we saw, you know, probably 2 months ago, which was very fast hand pass. They've had to kick a lot long down the line, and that's just due to the pressure that the Basin are putting on right now.
It has been good early, but this would be a big kick for Robertson against the flow of play in the first 4 minutes for the first of the day. He's kicked towards goals, not going to get there, and it's marked in the back pocket by Nick Haller, who's off and racing, takes a bounce and will clear this out of the defensive half for the Basin. Underneath this one, that was Darcy Meyer. Ball handballed there from Raymond. Now Meyer inside 50. Bears have got all the numbers back there, and they'll mop this one up pretty comfortably. The mark taken that time by
Sizewell gets the kick. A little bit of a bounce off there. Finds his target there. Couldn't mark. Basin trying to do back to Sizewell again. Won their best and fairest last year, did Sizewell. Goes to the outer wing. Plenty of Basin jumpers wearing the heritage jumper today. Their 80th year jumpers, good to see. This one's just going to roll out. Plenty of white jumpers around this bowl. Harrop gets the hand pass. Under pressure, Kruger with that strong tackle. Power gets it up by there. This one's going to roll through. Edwards had a good mark early stages. He's got plenty of white jumpers in upper gully. Harrop gets the kick. And he's going to kick it, and that might be out of bounce on the full. It is. And it's going to be a Basin free kick. And they play on. No, the umpire's going to take him back here. So Nicholson will have this ball. Say he's about 80 metres or 90 metres to goal for the Basin here on an angle. He's a bit far out, so he's got to get it in square. He's looking for Power. Power gets the tap here. Tackled really well done there by Power. And he gets wrapped up immediately here. Upper gully with a booming kick again, and that might be out of bounds on the forward is. So, bit of scrappiness or early stages for upper gully. Oh, but it was touch. Yep. So touched it is. So it'll be a boundary throw in. Good, highly contested game here. Two good sides here. Upper gully, the best defensive side all year. And they kick it out. They do with Raymond can try get this ball. He does. He scoops it up, finds his teammate there in Rory Bailey. He does a kick, finds his teammate on the outer wing on the broadcast side. Good chain here. Good work here by Harris. Takes this mark, plays on immediately. They're out here. They take a couple marks there with Charles. Charles goes deep inside the 50. Good mark taken. Looks like it's going to go Braden Wilson. Braden Wilson goes deep inside the forward 50 of Upper Gully. And really well done here by the Basin. They get this well done here. Good mark. That's taken by Liam West. Liam West goes inside. And the pressure has been really good here by Upper Gully early stages. Halo with the don't argue if you don't mind. Kicks it out. Good mark taken. Slowing things down on the Basin here. Delaney. And that's not a great kick, and it's intercepted there. That was by Jay Robertson.
So the Basin are going to find it really hard to transition the ball from the back line into the forward line because Upper Gully have two players spare back. So it's not allowing that long down the line sort of contest, which means that they have to do what they've just done there and try and transition and switch the ball across the other side of the ground. But this is kind of what happens if you're not an accurate kick.
So Robertson can line up here, kick Upper Gully's first of the day. Umpire moves, and it's going to go drifting to the right. So Upper Gully first behind and first score. One behind is all at the moment, and we've gone 7 of 50 into this first quarter, Ryan.
Let's go down the boundary.
Thank you, Ryan. It's now down in Upper Gully's forward line, so let's have a look at some of the matchups. I'll let you call this.
So they're going to go back inside 50 potentially. Bateson goes back as now Bailey forward, trying to get to his intended target there of Dylan Nuku. It's been a free kick paid.
Just quickly, Robertson, he's been tailed by Setsikos. McDonald's got Nicholson for company. You've got Aldens, who's got Swindle chasing him, and Wilson's got Delaney on him.
Thanks, JB. As the Kings go inside 50 now, chasing this one. Ferguson did well, got the handball off, and trying to get out of trouble here, almost overdoing it. Ferguson lost control of it. Now the Kings will go inside 50 again. The pressure's been good from both sides. Can they get a mark out of this? They can't. They're going to mop this up now through Jai Gribble. Out of defence towards centre wing. They've got the numbers here. Doing well was Power. Handballed over the top to Kruger. Kruger goes forward. Now for Thompson. Gorn in trouble here. Mop this up is Wilson. And the Upper Gully defence do well towards the boundary line, going nowhere through the tackle from Nicholson. Holds up his opposition player, and we'll get a ball up right in front of us.
Right in front of us?
Yeah, the Basin had a bright start going forward, but Upper Gully have really evened up the forward territory. It's 6-6 inside 50s at the moment.
Thanks, Paul. As the mark is taken here by McDonald. Handballs it past to the running Bateson, who now switches it towards the far side.
I'll temper that, Paul. 6 inside 50s for 4 turnovers.
Well, here they go, inside 50 now. The mark is taken right on the arc, potentially in range. 1 point apiece. Playing on now. Eldon's sees an option. And once again, is that Robertson, who's taken a few marks inside 50, yet to get a goal on the board, but can this be third time the charm?
Well, he does take a very strong contested mark in that forward 50, Robertson. So he's going to be a great foil for Upper Gully this afternoon.
Certainly is. He's going to probably need to kick a few today for the Kings to get across the line as Robertson comes in. Better angle from this position.
That's a goal.
Put it through. The goal umpire made him work for it. But it's a goal to Upper Ferntree Gully. Robertson on the board. And the Kings move to 1-1-7 to 1 behind the Basin.
Yeah, early stages here. Upper Gully are leading the forward 50 marks 3-1.
So what they need to be doing is converting pretty early. It's going to put a lot more pressure on the Basin if they're able to get those goals. Because then the Basin are going to really have to start thinking about how they're going to set up in that back line. And because they've been running those numbers back, they've had generally a +1 or +3, similar to the way the Upper Gully's been set up as well. But they're going to have to figure out how they're going to transition the ball out of the back line and put that pressure on before the ball even gets to the
I agree with that.
Let's go down to the boundary side.
Sorry, accidental buzz.
Oh, come on, Josh.
Josh.
What's
not
that called
magic,
again?
poison.
What's that?
Me, I had to throw
Pocket
Jared
dial?
under the bus.
The old pocket dial. Don't mind that.
Let me tell you about that.
No, that was me.
Blake's full of pocket dials.
So anyway, let's go back to the game here. Gets a clearance kick there. That was by Sertikos. This one sending out a wing. Ferguson around this ball. Same as West. Plenty of Upper Gully jumpers 2 against 2 here. And that might be a ball up. It will. Oh no, high tackle. High tackle gone to Upper Gully. Getting this play will be Rory Bailey. What a star he's been for Upper Gully. Been through it all. Down here. And he goes for a short kick. Finds Buster Todd. But gives it back to Bailey. Bailey goes inside. Big fly. Basin got a few numbers around this one. Sertikos around this ball here. And this ball's going to race out. It's going to be a boundary throw-in just on the pocket here. I'd say about maybe 35 metres out from Upper Ferntree Gully's goal here. Love the setup here that the boys in Upper Gully have got here. Got the ute in the back there. Good to see. Power in the ruck now. Power gets the hit out. He's going to get this one. Here's the big fella in Power. He's got a Upper Gully jumper around this one. Bateson around this one. Snapper around the corner for that, and that's an intercept mark taken, and they're going to go for the switch kick. Do they? Smith has this ball, goes to his teammate, to Gribble. Gribble goes for the short chipping kick. Good mark taken. That was by Upton. So Upton now plays on just on the broadcast wing. Finds his teammate in Thompson. Kicked the 5 goals last week. Was instrumental in the Basin's win over Whitehorse last week. And we're on the pocket. Edwards around this one. Took a great mark early. He's dangerous, but he's got plenty of upper jumpers around this one. West around this ball. And where's this going?
Could be done.
Yeah.
That was a really great transition from the Basin. Just a really short, sharp kicks, and then having to go long down the line once Upper Gully got their numbers back. But it's the best way they could have moved the ball.
So out of the ruck. Did he get rid of it? Maybe not. Might get another stoppage here in the pocket.
But in saying that, the Basin have been finding really good space moving into their forward 50, but they just have not been able to hit a target or capitalise on it.
Well, it's a bit hard when it's a 1v5.
Yeah, I get that, but I'm just saying that they've had opportunities also.
Yeah.
So a bit of push and shove still here. Plenty of feeling in this one early. As we'll get a boundary throw-in inside forward 50 for the Bears. The tap down closer towards goal here for the Bears across the line, minor score.
Brash, it's just because Upper Gully are playing more of a zone in that one kick distance away, which means they're able to get that first kick.
Yeah,
but then because they've zoned off, it makes it hard for that forward 50 entry, and that's why they're not able to get that clear, or Basin aren't able to get that clear entry in.
So Bailey, short kick out. Got a score update, Paul?
Yeah, just some score updates in Div 2. Croydon 3-2-20 to Surrey Park 2 straight 12. Scoresby 2-2-14 to Lilydale 1 straight 6. And Templestowe 2-1-13 to Ringwood 1 behind.
Oh, big fly. Couldn't quite bring it down that time. Could the Bears forward. size word, I think that flew for that one. Thank you, Paul. We'll keep updated on that after quarter time and what's happening as the Bears go inside 50. Can they get a mark out of this one? No, they couldn't. It was intercepted that time by Jordan Nuku, who's had a bit of it today. Looking to switch it to Darcy Meyer. Couldn't hit him on the chest, but had enough time to pick it up. He's kicked, though, under a bit of pressure. That's out of bounds on the full. Bateson can't take the mark. And it'll be Kruger to send it back forward again for the Bears. And he kicks it into the man on the mark. And we'll get a boundary throw in. Bateson, that was, who was able to affect that one.
Yeah, Bateson looking pretty good here. If you just joined us, 1-1-7 plays 2 behinds. Upper Gully leading. 15.5 gone in this first quarter. Finals footy is back in the Eastern Football Netball League. Great to see. And as well being back here at Wally 2 Reserve, Ferntree Gully. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast all around the world. And as well, if you're just driving around, flick that dial to 98.1 in the car.
I'm actually not surprised, Dem, that this is a real typical finals game, isn't it? Real tough, uncompromising, no free ball anywhere or outside ball.
Well, that's what finals footy is, and that's what it should be. Capitalise on your chances, but like Upper Gully's had so many opportunities, and they haven't been able to capitalise on that.
So free kick going to go to Upper Ferntree Gully here. And having that save is Meyer. So Harvey Meyer will have this ball. He's just going to switch the kick here. Goes to the champion, Bailey. And Bailey will have this one. He plays on immediately. And this one might be 25. It will be.
It's a testament to the Basin's defence. Like, they're really rolling those numbers back really quickly. And if Upper Gully aren't able to get that movement straight away, they're going to have to switch it like they've just done again.
So on the outer wing, Bailey plays on immediately. Good mark taken. That was by Graham. So Matt Graham just on the outer wing now. Can go inside the forward 50 end for Upper Ferntree Gully. Getting this one up is McDonald. Byron McDonald goes to the pocket end. And he's got a player there. That player was intended to Bailey McDonald. And wrapped up here, and it's going to be holding the ball.
And these are those elements of Upper Gully that I liked, was that quick movement. I mean, obviously there's a turnover here, but that's what gets them scoring or giving more scoring opportunities.
Great mark taken there. That was by Liam West. He's having a good say in this game, early stages. 7.5 minutes into this first quarter. Finals footy. Goes and kicks short. This one might just roll out and does. It's going to be a boundary throw in.
So almost played 18 minutes into this first quarter, just the one goal kicked. The Kings currently leading 1-1-7 to the Bears 2 behinds. As we're about 60 metres out from the Bears goals. Ball back into play. The tap down was won that time by Butler. They're going to look to go forward this time through Brown. His kick inside 50 is turned over once more, and out of defence here up at Ferntree Gully. Go down the corridor. They take the mark. They'll look to use a teammate here in Zach Charles. Charles inside 50. It's a 1-on-2. Bateson's got a lot of work to do here. Got a hand to it, but the Bears are able to potentially escape. Great pressure there from Graham. Wrapped up his opposition and will cause a stoppage inside 50 here for Upper Ferntree Gully. Can they get another goal before the quarter time break just to give them a little bit of a lead and some confidence going forward? They haven't beat the Basin this year. Off the left boot was Jack Harrop towards the top of the square. A mark should have been taken but was dropped to the Bears. Going in for that one was Butler towards the pocket. And you can see the pressure. That was probably a mark he would have taken.
No, I might have to stop the play here.
Yeah, guys, there's a player down for Upper Ferntree Gully. I can't quite see who it is at the moment, but yeah, he's not getting up
We'll
yet.
keep an eye on that one. That is inside their forward 50 and hasn't got up just yet. So currently where we're situated, we're 19 minutes into this first quarter. It's 1-1-7 Upper Ferntree Gully. The Basin 2 behinds as that player on his hands and knees have got back up to his feet, which is a good sign.
Yeah, as long as he's vertical, that's a good sign.
He doesn't look like he's fully vertical though.
No,
he looks like he's going to stay out. It's Braden Wilson. So,
do I dare say maybe he was just winded?
Well, he might be. He's still out there at the moment as play resumes. Tap down was won that time by Butler. but it went out of bounds. So
He's still a little bit sore after that, is Braden Wilson, so we'll keep a close eye on that one.
thanks, Josh, as once again, another boundary throw-in. We're inside forward 50 here for the Kings. Good opportunity to get their second on the board. The tap down was won by Butler. Handball out of defence, was looking to get this to Gribble. Did okay. The boundary line might be a good result for the Bears at this stage, just to get out of their back half.
Have to start looking at options of switching the ball into the middle of the ground, because this long down the line game that they're trying to play is just not really working out for them.
So Butler and Harrop in the ruck here. Who's going to get their first hit here for this one? Harrop just taps it to himself almost, looking for Bateson. Bateson getting in this ball, and it's going to be another ball up just on the arc of the 50 arc down here.
Well, the Basin of Upper Gully have recognised that Michael Thompson is the key player that they've got to keep out of the game this afternoon, and they're doing everything they can to frustrate him at the moment.
Yes, it is, and might be a yellow card here. There will be, and it's going to Bateson.
Oh.
It's going to go to Mackay Bateson. So he's getting the yellow card here.
And not someone you want off the field, Josh.
And Braden Wilson's also coming off at the same time. His right arm or right shoulder looks a little bit sore, so we'll keep an eye on it.
So Upper Gully are going to have 2 on the bench. So that's, can the Basin capitalise on this moment now? They've got 2 on the bench. Halo will have this save, so we're just going to wait a little bit now for timing.
Can't say he's in a hurry to get off either.
Well, I don't think he thought he was going to get carded brush, unfortunately.
Oh, well, that's just the way the cards crumbled, Blake.
Do you reckon he was going to wait the 15 minutes getting off?
So Halo goes to the centre of Wally 2 reserve here. Upton with the spoil. Getting this ball here is Edwards. Edwards gets this one tackled immediately, and it's going to be a ball up here.
They can't keep their feet in the forward 50, the base, and every time the ball comes to them, they're really struggling to hold their feet.
It's probably a symbol of the pressure that they're being put under as well.
I'd agree with that.
Gets the hand pass, bit of a don't argue there. Might be a high tackle, it will be, so a high fend. Oh, no. It's gone back to the Basin here. Looks like Lavender will have this one here for the Bears. Sertikos goes into the pocket. Heard of a little bit of a whistle.
Is that a free kick or is it out of bounds?
Well, I heard 2 whistles. So I don't know what's going on here.
Boundary throw-in, it looks like.
Yeah, but we did hear 2, didn't we? Here we go.
I didn't. You're right, Blake. I heard 2 whistles as well.
Yeah.
A conflab underway.
Maybe it might be one of those phantom umpires with one that have a whistle over the boundary line.
Yeah, here we go. So Basin will get the free kick here.
Opportunity here for them.
So that man Thompson kicked the 5 goals for the Bears. So Thompson can come in on the pocket here. He's on it's a pretty, not a good look here, just on an angle here. And Michael Thompson, that is made an absolute meal out of that one. And that's going to go out of bounds on the full here. No scores to either side here. And we've gone 23 minutes in, and it's 1-1-7 to the Basin, 2 behinds, Brian.
After such drama, what great disappointment it was there for the base.
Paul, do we have the stats on how many set shots the Basin have had this quarter? Because they've had a lot of balls rushed into the forward 50. I don't think I've really seen them take many set shots.
Yeah, it's a good point, and they've only got the 2 points to show from it as they go down the line to Upper Ferntree Gully. Underneath that one, could it bring it down, was Butler. Now at ground level, it was Robertson who's got his handball cut off. Ferguson to Thompson, back to Swindle. Now Gribble. He goes back to Ferguson. Looks inbound, finds a target. There's Kruger. Long way out from home. What can he do? Can he hit up a target inside 50? Goes to the Edwards directions. Got hands to it. Couldn't bring it down. Ball hits a deck. Almost copping one high there. Hello got the handball away. It was stolen that time by Buster Todd, who sends it out of defence and finds his target in Jack Harrop. Right on the far side here of Wally 2 reserve. Slows it right down. 24.5 minutes gone first term. Not going to be a long quarter, you would think. Just the 1 goal kicked. Down the line. No mark taken. Can they keep this one in? The tackle by Robertson. And giving away the free kick in the process. A high free kick going the way of the Bears as they go backwards. back in their defensive half of the ground. Working all the way back there is Tom Swindle. In the back pocket for the Bears. Dangerous kick. Bateson couldn't quite control it though. Overdid that. Almost now a chance this time for Luke Scott.
I mean, right idea from the base, and it's the best way to open up the upper gully defence, but it's just that kick out of defensive 50 that they're really struggling with.
Haven't had too many targets coming out of there.
No, their disposal's been pretty poor out of that back 50 of theirs.
Moving it forward was Todd. Big tackle in defence there. Kruger getting past one. Chose to go forward because he saw an option. Dropping the mark, that time was Thompson. Mops it up, gets the handball back. Handball over the top, running into an open goal. First of the day, and it is Connor Edwards.
That's great. The way that they had to move that ball is getting it on top of that Ferntree Gully defence. Like I said, Upper Gully. Upper Gully setting up really well that one kick behind. If you can kick it over the top, because they're all flooded forward, they're not there to set up defensively, and that's what happens.
How good was Kruger then, just in the centre there? That's that kind of set it up, I reckon. Just
You're right, he split the pack beautifully there, Blake.
Yeah.
Made the right call, made the right option. They almost mucked it up with the drop mark, but just got to get one on the board.
So Basin get their first one, closing in on quarter time here, 26 minutes in to this first quarter. 1-2-8 plays 1-1-7, the Basin lead by a point. And we're closing in on quarter time down here at Wally 2 Reserve. They get a kick down on the top of the cricket pitch here. And Basin looking to get around this one. Who's going to scoop around? Butler gets the hand pass, goes to Thomas Edwards. Big fly for Upper Gully. Getting around is Connor Edwards.
Really looks like the Basin are the better contest team in a ball-up scenario.
And that will do it. That is quarter time down here at Wally 2 Reserve here. The Basin lead 1-2-8 to Upper Ferntree Gully 1-1-7. That is quarter time here. Just single goal kickers at the moment. Jay Robertson has one for Upper Gully. He kicked the first, and as well as Connor Edwards, who also has one for the Bears as well. Stay tuned. We're going to have a coach's interview, and then after this, you'll hear the call team for the second quarter straight after this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
It's Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve. It's finals time in the Eastern Football Netball League, and we're down here at Wally 2 Reserve. Currently at the moment, the Basin lead by 1 point. 128 plays 117 as well. My name is Blake Turin, joined by Ryan Long, Wayne Brasher, Emily Mackay. We've got Paula Coney in the scores centre, so we're going to hear it straight away off the bat here. Paul, what's the big scores around the grounds? You've got Div 2 ready? Or?
Yes, so
yeah, here we go.
In Div 2, Surrey Park lead 4-1-25 over Croydon, 3-3-21. Scoresby 4-2-26 over Donvale, 2-1-13. And Tempe 2-2-14 to Ringwood, 1-1-7. And in Div 4, Fair Park 5-1-31 to Doncaster, 3-1-19, and Warrandyte 6-1-37 to Kilsyth, 2-2-14.
So you would say that's the top four just about settled, unless things really start to turn around late. While we've still got some time, maybe what's happening in Premier Division? Obviously a big game at Blackburn versus Berwick today. Hopefully we've got an update from Blackburn.
So it's quarter time there. Blackburn 6-5-41 to Berwick 2-2-14.
Geez, so strong start by Blackburn. And what's Rowville Doncaster East, Paul?
Rowville 7-4-46 to Doncaster 1-1-7.
Geez, so that's a strong start by the Hawkies there. So keep us updated, Paul. I know you do a terrific job as well as the stats as well. So doing a terrific job.
Thank you.
For that as well. I might get Wayne Brush. No.
He's having his coffee.
That's all right, Blake. Would you like a bit of a summation on the first quarter?
So how do you feel? I felt like the Basin in that first 5 minutes, they were on top, and then after that, I felt like it was Upper Gully. I feel like they're in the I would say P1 at the moment. I would say.
Yeah, look, they looked a bit more dangerous in going into their forward 50. The only thing that brought them undone, Blake, was I think they turned the ball over at least 5 times in their forward 50 entries. The Basin, on the other hand, when they got the ball in their forward 50, they couldn't keep their feet.
Yeah.
Their ball just kept going underneath, around, and I think the Basin have worked out. Let's go.
Yep, boundary side.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I've got Chris Fletcher, senior coach of Upper Ferntree Gully. Mate, it was contested and congested. How did you see that first quarter?
Yeah, as we said in the pre-game, we knew it was going to be high pressure. Finals always are. It's going to be a tough contest. Both sides having a good, hard go at it. So hopefully it keeps going for another couple of quarters, and we can sort of edge our way on top.
Yeah, 100%. Any changes for this quarter, or anything new, or just keep going as it is?
No, just keep going, mate. Just keep working on what we want to work on. We've touched on a couple of areas we think we need to improve, and hopefully we can lock that away this quarter and start to get on top.
Great. Good luck for the game.
Thanks there to JB with Chris Fletcher. Josh Ward down on boundary.
Yeah, I was listening in to Joel Perry at his quarter time address, and they were pretty happy with their first 5 minutes, but then let Upper Gully play their game and allowed them to focus on the switch and get those uncontested grabs, which is something they're looking to take away. The midfield group also highlighted they want to their handball receive game is quite crucial heading into this final 3 quarters.
Yeah, thank you, Wardy. Some good points from both huddles.
I reckon too. Looking at the two sides, and if you look like you're looking for a playmaker, the one that could be the difference is Kruger from the Basin. He's just done some nice things in the last 10 minutes of that first quarter.
Second quarter action, here's Ryan Long.
So, free kick straight away from the middle of the ground, going the way of the Bears. So, chance to get involved early in this quarter. So, Tom Edwards. First kick of the second term, sends it long into attack. Can they get a mark at the back? It could have been a push, that time from Con Edwards, and they have called it. So free kick going the way of Upper Ferntree Gully, who had a 2-on-1 in that contest, and Jordan Nuku was pushed out and goes the short option in the back pocket. coming back this way. Back to Nuku. Had plenty of it in the first quarter. Sends a long high kick. Intercepted by Ethan Power underneath this one. Handballed it off to Luke Scott running past. Scott inside 50. Who's going to fly for this one? Nuku was out the back. Right in the right spot was Liam West, who puts a shot on goal. Misses to the left, so a minor score. But the Bears move to 1-3-9. Upper Gully 1-1-7 a minute into this third term.
Bailey has the ball here. Plays on immediately. Kicks City out of broadcast wing where we are. Trying to get this on here is Braden Wilson, but there's plenty of Bears jumpers around this one. Edwards hand passes it to Halo. He's trying to get this one up here. Swindle's got this one tackled immediately by an Upper Gully player, and he wrapped up. We're going to have a ball up. Just joined us. The Basin have a 2-point lead. 9-7. Minute and a half into this second quarter. Tackled immediately. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on Facebook and YouTube, and if you're driving around in the car, switch that dial to 98.1 for the Eastland match of the round. Finals footy, great to be here. They kick it down to the outer side broadcast, and down here at Wally 2 Reserve. Tackled here, that was by Kruger, and this one's going to be a high tackle, and it's going to go to Upper Gully. Yeah, looked like Kruger wasn't happy with that. So Upper Ferntree Gully will have this say. So it looks like it's going to be Ethan Harris who kicks it on his boot. A big fly, couldn't grab the mark by Size Werder. Robertson had a good strong save, one-on-one here. Smith gets the spoil. This one might just roll out. No, it doesn't. It eventually does roll out. It's going to be a boundary throw-in just on Upper Gully's pocket end down here at Wally 2 Reserve.
This is a testament to Basin's defence, making them go long down the line. Their forward 50 entries on the wing, very hard to, not on the wing, on the boundary. It's very hard to kick goals from there.
Just a boundary for a quick comment.
And that was something Joel Perry highlighted in that quarter time address to force Upper Gully long down the line.
Snap around the corner. That was again by Oldens. Power around this ball here. Really good here by the Basin. They get it out there. Defensive 50. A little bit of a push there by Thompson. Nothing called. West around this one. He's having a good strong stay. Good ambush. Graham goes inside 50. And that's going to be out of bounds on the full. Sertkos will have this ball right.
Yes, in the defensive half of the ground here for the Bears. We'll look to switch the play. The mark taken by Ryan Smith. Slowing things down here before sending a long kick out of defence. Robertson might be able to fly for this one. At ground level, the Bears had the numbers. They move this down the line looking for Edwards. He applies the pressure. That's a dangerous tackle that time on, I believe that could have been Bailey Eldens.
I like this switch kick, but it's very slow. It's still allowing Upper Gully to set up defensively, and it just results in ball ups halfway up the field.
So we get a boundary thrown right in front of us. No one is able to get hands to it in the ruck contest. Now getting a chance at ground level. That was McDonald. It's a one-on-one. Wins out here to Upper Gully. That was Graham trying to push it forward. Another boundary throw-in.
You can see that both sides want to take ownership of the corridor, but neither side are allowing it to happen. Both sides are being forced wide.
And as we tick almost 5 minutes into this second term, it's still 1 goal apiece. 1-3-9 to 1-1-7. Here's a chance of Strange. Off the left boot, inside 50. Hits up a target. If you needed someone to give him a bit of a spark, it's Travis Strange. And he's been able to find his target in Braden Wilson.
Yeah, it doesn't need too many touches, Travis Strange, to impact the contest.
He doesn't, but he'll have a lot anyway as a very high disposal get up.
I think it was great last time we saw them as well. Yeah. So we've had a few key influences from them. They sort of probably stood out throughout the course of the season.
So for Wilson, looked a little sore in that first quarter, back out there, and a great opportunity for the first of the second term. He'll be kicking from about 20, 25 metres out. Very slight angle. Wilson comes in, off the boot. Not bad at all. Upper Gully get the first of the second term. And they move to 2-1-13 to the Bears. 1-3-9, 4-point lead with 5.5 minutes gone second term.
And that'd be the first, if it wasn't the first, it'd be one of the very few shots that they've been able to have directly in front. So, I mean, great eyes to see that hit up target, but it's hard to score in this game because everyone's playing so long down the line on the wings. It's hard to get those proper scoring shots, which means that it's not going to be a very high scoring game unless something changes.
And quite interesting, the way the Basin scored that goal in the last minutes of the first quarter because they went through the midfield.
Absolutely.
So what's going on here? High tackle.
I thought it could have been another illegal count.
And it looks like Buster Todd will have this one. So the umpires do have the mics, which is good to hit, good to have good vision there, and that one's going to roll out. It's going to be a boundary throw-in.
The kick going into the forward 50 for both sides is not hitting the target so far this afternoon. Both sides can be accused of not being able to take full advantage when they win the clearance or the stoppage.
So Robertson looks like he's just going to spoil this one here. Just on the top of Upper Gully's sort of goal here.
I think what we're seeing is because Upper Gully like to go in the middle, they like to chain hand pass, so they're getting probably a bit more of that rather than the Basin who have tended to go on the outside and switch a little bit more. That's a bit more of their game plan coming out of defence.
So Robertson and Powell in the ruck. Getting this one here is Mitch Brown. Finds his teammate. Who's going to get there first? Plenty of jumpers around this bowl. Upton around this one, but he's got Meyer in company. He goes inside, and a mark taken by Power, Ethan Power. Power name is a big name in EFNL football. And that might be a 25-metre free kick. It will be.
The umpire's called play on as well.
So they're two examples of just looking straight out to the wings rather than even contemplating going straight down the middle.
So plays on immediately, does Power up, finds Nicholson. Nicholson, bit of a push, nothing called. So intercept mark taken by Upper Ferntree Gully here. So they're going to go again. Good mark taken here. That was by Travis Strange. So in a massive, he's a very big disposal getter, knows where to find the footy. And he goes to the pocket. Two grabs at it. Good mark taken there again by Braden Wilson. Already kicked one today. He's on the pocket here. Don't know if he'll... No, he's going to back himself here, Braden Wilson. He's probably, I would say, if I'm, he's going to play on now. What's going on here? He's going back to his mark. He's going to fool us again here. So Braden Wilson can line up here. I would say he's about probably 48 metres from goal here, just on the pocket end down here at Wally 2 Reserve. And that is an absolute shank, and he's missed that one. So 2-3-15, Upper Ferntree Gully, the Basin 1-3-9. We played 8 minutes and 45 seconds into the second quarter, Ryan.
Yeah, 2-2-14, 1-3-9, 5 points in it as the Bears will take the kick in. Long out of defence. Can they get a mark out of this? Out the back. Upper Gully have got all the numbers. Bateson handballs it to no one, just in a bit of space in the end. Thought someone was there. Getting through traffic there, West. They move this back out to the teammate who goes forward to Power. Power, quick little handball that time to Edwards. Edwards gets it off to Kruger. Kruger inside 50, leading for this one. The mark is taken inside 50, that time by Michael Thompson.
Well, they did really well there, the Basin, to work it out of a shoebox end and managed to, with 5 handballs and a long direct kick, have managed to set themselves up for another shot at goal here.
Well, and that's kind of what's needed in this game is those short hand passes to get it out of contest and then to go into the middle. Like, that's what we're saying is the middle of the ground is where the space is at, and you're able...
He's missed to the right, so missed opportunity there.
Their forward 50 entries from the middle are just so much better rather than trying to be kicking it from where the wing is.
A rare inside 50 for the Basin there. The Upper Gully lead that count early on this quarter, 6-2.
And now the scoreboard ticks to 1-4-10 for the Bears, 2-2-14 Upper Ferntree Gully.
So Bailey will have the kick-in duties. Low scoring contest, and if you're just joining into this game, Upper Ferntree Gully are the best defensive team in this competition in 3rd Division. So a couple low scores that Upper Gully have set, so we could be in for that today. So thought I'll mention that stat for the listeners. He gets the kick. spoiled there. That was by Smith. McDonald now kicks it on. Good look at this on the broadcast and where we are. Sizewetter will have this say. The Basin do well with Sertikos, gets his hand pass. Sizewetter going for the bump. Bateson around this one. Finds the other Bateson. Bateson goes to Oldens. 1-on-1 in the goal square. Couldn't get this one here. We're in the pocket now. Who's going to try and get this one up for Upper Gully? That's going to be tackled straight away. It's going to be a ball up. I'll probably say we're probably 7 metres away from Upper Gully's goal here. 11 minutes into this second quarter.
Oh, great gut running then. 10
plays 14. Upper Gully lead and a holding. And it's going to go to the Basin in Butler. Butler's going to go for the hand pass as the ruckman always does. Big fly taken and a good mark taken by Upper Ferntree Gully here. And that's Buster Todd. A few interesting names for Todd's. There's one couple playing in the reserves here. He goes deep inside the forward 50 of Upper Ferntree Gully here. Snap around the corner with a check side. Boonana! And Upper Ferntree Gully get a good goal there. And that could get the spark going there. And I think that man in Matt Graham has that goal there with the check side. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. I can officially say it. That is in the running. I've known my last one.
Well, we don't have the award today. It's a home and away season award, but we'll keep dropping the sponsor name. Very good.
Yeah, so that's a great check side at Boonana. So thought I'll get that one out for the finals.
There we go. 10 points the margin, and Upper Ferntree Gully just starting to get a little bit on top. 12 minutes gone in this second quarter. 3-2 plays 1-4. Thanks for joining us on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM and our Facebook and YouTube streams as we're back in the middle again. Kruger, who's been good. He'll get the clearance forward for the Bears. Sport from behind, that time by Bailey. Did a fantastic job on his opposition. Brown chasing this. He's got Graham to compete with as well as the ball crosses the line.
As I was sort of saying at the end of the first quarter, I think that the Basin are really good with that ground ball their contest in the middle, throw up in the middle. And they're winning lots of those clearances, so if they can capitalise on that, they'll get those scoring opportunities pretty quickly. Absolutely.
Kruger's been a key part of that for the Bears. Not just today, but across the entire season. Picked up cleanly that time by Nick Hallow. Ferguson back to Edwards. Edwards now inside 50. No mark taken. Quick little handball that time from Raymond as they look to get it out of their defence. Just into space towards us on the broadcast side. Who's going to get there first? The Bears have got more numbers to the ball, and it was smothered that time. Smith's kick was affected. Going the don't argue that time was Edwards. Back to Smith now forward, needing a mark. No mark taken. At the front position was Upton. Might have copped one there as Butler's little dribbler kick is cut off by Bailey. Bailey hits up a target in Jack Harrop. Can they get something going once again? Upper Ferntree Gully, 10-point lead. They've kicked the only 2 goals of this quarter. Down the line, the intended target that time was Dylan Nuku, but can't beat Kyle Delaney. He takes the intercept mark.
He looked like he was going to spoil that, and it somehow landed in his lap.
Worked out all right for him in the end as he goes to Sertikos. And he'll now switch it towards the far side. Just taking the mark in play is Damon Nicholson. He goes now down the line. They've worked this across the field. But they've slowed right down, struggling to work out the next kick. So Mason Byrne puts it in front of Ferguson. Gets possession of it. Wrapped up in the tackle. Get a ball up on that far side.
So easy to predict, and Upper Gully are getting those numbers back. It's generally going to be a ball up or a turnover at that kick, just out of defensive 50.
It's almost them that they're conceding the switch to Upper Gully and just dropping the numbers back behind the midfield.
So holding the ball, free kick. Looks like Mason Byrne will have this free kick for the Bears. 10 plays 20 if you just joined us. 14 minutes in, approaching the 15-minute mark. Second quarter action. Eastland match of the round. Kruger, what a game he's having for the Bears so far. Edwards goes back to Kruger. Kruger looking for his teammate. They get a kick 2. 2 against 1 here. And they get a clearance kick outside of their back line here, Upper Ferntree Gully. Around this is Swindell. Swindell on the pocket. Who's going to fly? Thompson around this one here. Same as Mitch Brown. Thompson dribbling kick. Don't tell me that's a goal, I think. It is. And it is as good as you ever see. Michael Thompson, take a bow, man.
Actually, that was a very, very intelligent kick, Dak. Keeping the ball very low so that there was no interference by any outside interference.
Michael Thompson, wow, take a bow.
Maybe that's what they needed, Blake, to spark them.
2-4-16 plays Upper Ferntree Gully 3-2-20. 16 minutes into this second quarter. And he kicked the 5 last week. He's got 6 in 2 games so far, Michael Thompson. So he knows where the big sticks are coming across from Muralbark. So he's been having a big say, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. They needed that one too. Their first of the second term. Harrop got rid of his handball in time to Bateson, who's back out there after the yellow card. His kick is cut off this time by Swindle. Handballs it to his teammate in Gribble and receives it back again. Forward they go. Can they get something out of this one? It's turned over and the mark is taken by Zach Charles for Upper Ferntree Gully. Looks to use his teammate there in Eldons. Couldn't take the mark and now have the numbers do the Bears. Nick Hallow finds his target in the middle ground. Here's Kruger and he's caught that time. Didn't get rid of it. Now a chance for Upper Ferntree Gully. They'll handball forward. Can they get him on the transition? Bateson over the top. Wilson inside 50. They've worked this well towards the top. And there's Glenn Robertson.
Gee, that's a fair.
What a grab.
That is a fair mark.
That was unreal.
That was an awesome mark.
Last 2 minutes have been so good.
And Wilson, to his credit, situated it in the absolute perfect position for Robertson to get the leap. And what a grab that is. And Jay Robertson.
This would be a great response too.
It would be, wouldn't it?
That was fantastic.
Gee, that was a really good. That was a really good tackle there in the midfield on Kruger.
You see how far he bounced off the ground after he landed? It was another foot off the ground.
So Robertson lines up and he puts it through. And the kick gives Upper Ferntree Gully back a 10-point lead, 4-2-26 to 2-4-16.
They're the sort of things that inspire greatness in men. And that could be the real catalyst for Upper Ferntree Gully to really take a bit of a stranglehold on this game before half time.
As I was saying, the Basin are really good at centre clearances, so they've just got to get through this, but their transition out from the back line's really good. It's like sort of using that middle of the ground like we were talking about just before. That's where those really good forward 50 entries are coming from.
Yes, so 10-point lead to Upper Ferntree Gully. 26-16, 18-minute mark, second quarter. The Eastland match of the round, finals footy. All in for the finals. I like that little slogan, Ryan, as well. So, getting this on here is Gibbons. Gibbons goes towards the pocket, big fly. Getting around this ball here is Gribble. And this one's going to roll out. It's going to be a boundary throw in. So, 18 minutes in. There's a boundary throw in. 10-point lead to Upper Ferntree Gully. 2 rucks going at it in Power and Harrop. Power gets the hit out. Good chain of hand passes here for Upper Ferntree Gully, but Kruger has another say, and that's going to roll out. It's going to be a boundary throw in. So 10 points is the margin. See it on the scoreboard there. Good to be back down here at Wally 2 Reserve. Eastland match of the round, finals football, Division 3. Good to be back here. So boundary throw in, 2 rucks at the moment, deep inside the Basins, attacking 50. Getting this on here is Harris. Harris tackled by Kruger, and that's going to be another boundary throw in. Again, more feeling. And it's going to be a boundary throw in, Ryan.
So a boundary throw on that far side. Bit of feeling there between Brown and Strange. So we'll get a ball back into play here, right on the forward 50 arc. Harrop with the tap down. Clearing kick here for Upper Ferntree Gully on the far side, picked off by Power. So Power back towards their forward 50. No mark taken. Brown is trying to get through the tackle. He's been pinged for holding the ball. And Travis Strange will look to move this on straight away. Hayden Boyce now looking to go through the corridor. It's turned over. Bears have got some numbers. Sertzakos rode the tackle. We'll get a ball up back in the middle of the ground. Thanks for joining us. Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube streams. The Division 3 qualifying final, 4-2-26 Upper Gully, 2-4-16 the Basin. As the Kings move this towards us on the broadcast side, the bounce goes sideways, giving Wilson nothing to work with.
Actually, I reckon it's going to be a really important 5 minutes, I reckon, or so, leading into half-time. Upper Ferntree Gully, if they get another goal, can take a really big psychological advantage going into the second half here.
They can. We'll get a score around the ground with Paul.
In Div 2, Surrey Park 6-3-39 to Croydon 4-8-32. Lilydale 9-2-56 to Scoresby 6-4-40. Templestowe 4-4-28 to Ringwood 2-2-14. And Waverley Blues 8-4-52 to Heathmont 5-3-33.
Thank you, Paul. We'll discuss those at half-time on how that's going to impact the final round of the Division 2 season. We're back on the outer side here. Jacob Bateson moving this forwards, cut off, slipping over at the wrong time. That was Sizeword up, got the handball back out. Works okay, worked with Swindle as well as Sertzakos, who just handballs it up in the air because he's got nothing. Bateson driven to the ground that time by Swindle. We'll get a ball up far side.
Are going to have a pretty rough time getting the ball into their forward line. The Basin have rolled 2 back extra, so it's going to be very hard to get those forward 50 entries that they've been good at in this quarter.
So again, there, clearance there, that was by Gibbons. West got a little bit high, will be high. And play on here. Halo gets the hand pass. Basin look to go inside the forward 50 here. Thompson at the back, and a holding free kick. It's going to Butler. So Aidan Butler will have this one. The Bruckman having a rest down forward. Can have this directly in front. I would say there's a little bit of an angle there as well.
Gee, he's a big boy.
I went to school with him, Brush.
He'd have to be 7, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he's a big fella. Aidan Butler can line up, kick the Bears. Third, does so. Go umpire doesn't move. 3-4-22. To Upper Ferntree Gully, 4-2-26. Know him very well, Bratch. Tall fella, tallest bloke in this whole school. I can you not? He towers over some people there. So
he would have been the one guy getting the basketball unstuck from the from the net.
We tried to get him into basketball, but footy was always his sport. So
good on him.
Had a break, of course, and then coming to the Basin a couple of years ago. He's been a very good. A ruck adjudicator as well, Ryan.
Yes, he has. He's had a solid afternoon so far. It's been a good battle between him and Jack Harrop in the ruck. And that margin now back to 4 points. So we've got a tight final out here at Wally 2 Reserve. Hopefully it stays that way across the afternoon. Back in the middle again. There's Butler. Gets the tap down. It's Harrop, though, out of the middle. He gets his handball. Trying to get a clearance forward here through Strange. Lost it. Now picked up nicely by Edwards. He gets the handball off Brown. Now off to Gribble. Just shrugs off his opposition and sends it forward. Has Edwards by himself. Takes the mark. Looked like he was out. Ferguson's a short option. Decides to go lateral and coughs up the kick. Catalano takes the intercept mark.
And at least they're looking inside. I mean, that's a starting point. It's just about being able to execute it.
Yeah, I didn't mind the option. As you said, just the execution of the kick, unfortunately, didn't pay off there for Edwards as Charles now out of defence for Upper Ferntree Gully. The bounce eluded Strange, but it worked well for Bateson, who puts it forward. The mark taken on the outer side here. They'll look to go in the corridor because Harris is by himself. Coming across from Beaconsfield, important part of the Upper Ferntree Gully lineup. He sends it inside 50, as said earlier by M. The numbers certainly favour the base, and it's worked out okay for Todd. Handball over the top towards the pocket. That was McDonald, and McDonald's put one right through from the boundary line. Another fantastic finish, and Upper Ferntree Gully moved to 5-2-32, 3-4-22 the Basin.
There have been some amazing goals or amazing bits of play in this quarter. Very impressed. I love finals footy.
It's been good. It's certainly the intensity's been there, and then after a low-scoring first quarter, we're starting to see a few more goals and certainly some for the highlights reel.
Most definitely. Let's go boundary side.
That breeze has started to pick up a little bit more heading towards Upper Gully's end of the ground.
And Kruger's back on the ground after a bit of a rest, so we'll see what he can do at stoppage.
Thank you guys on the boundary. Terrific job. So currently now back to 10 points. Upper Gully lead at the moment. Approaching half-time in, the major break. Upper Gully do get a clearance kick. This one's going to roll through, but who's going to try and get this on here is Wilson. Wilson gets a hand pass, looking for the 1-2. Well done there by the young fella. Wilson finds Bateshead, step around the corner, and it's through from behind.
I love the idea then, what Upper Gully did. That was really, really clever. Just didn't come off, but gee, it looked good.
They're starting to come into their own. This is their game that we've seen, during the season, and I think the dust has sort of settled from the first quarter, and they're getting to play the way that they want to play now.
5-3 plays 3-4. 11-point lead to Upper Ferntree Gully here. 26 minutes in.
The Basin can win this clearance here and get the ball down into their forward 50. It's still game on, isn't it?
It still is. Still time. We're 2 quarters in on the Eastland match of the round. Down here at Ferntree Gully, we'll fall into reserve. Power around this one. First to get there, though, will be Harris. Harris goes in a one-on-one. Down here, side splitter. That might be high. Nothing called. It's going to be a ball up.
And we're looking at those extra numbers here from the Basin, just sort of setting 1 or 2 back to making it a bit harder for Upper Gully to get those good inside 50s.
So Kruger back on, gets a clearance again. He's having a huge save for the Bears out here. And Brown might have this one. No, he doesn't. Plays on immediately here. Out the back here. Edwards can kick the goal, and he does.
See, when they get the ball on their terms, the Basin, they certainly outnumber. If you've noticed, they actually outcommit Upper Gully in their back 50 then.
Well, and the other thing is that when they've got the ball, because Upper Gully have moved all the way up, because Upper Gully putting that forward pressure on, pressure on from their back line. Anyway, so they're getting out over the top, and then that's why they're able to transition that ball easily.
Important goal there before half-time. Moves it back to 5 points. 4-4, 28 to 5-3, 33.
You said it better than I did, Em.
27 and a half minutes gone in this second term. Not long before we get into the half-time break.
I've watched a lot of footy.
I'm not doubting that.
So back in the middle we go again. The tap down works out well for the Basin as Edwards goes forwards, hits up a target. It's Ferguson at centre half forward here for the Bears. Looks to move this into the pocket because Edwards is there. Great grab. And Edwards, who has already got 2.
So it's looking like 2 ways of transition into their forward line. The first one is if it's from their back line and they're able to get over the top, awesome, they're able to centre it. Otherwise, if they're getting the clearance from the middle,
and he's played on straight away to find Nick Hallow in a better angle.
It's generally going towards the wing or the pocket, and then if they can centre in, better scoring opportunities, high percentages from here.
Which they've done so here. Nick Hallow, we're right behind this one, so we'll be able to tell as soon as it's off the boot if the Bears are going to go in front just before halftime. There's your siren, so to put the Bears in front at the halftime break, Nick Hallow has missed to the right. Bit of an opportunity, but it's just a minor score. So at halftime, the Bears will trail by 4 points. 4-5-29. Upper Ferntree Gully 5-3-33. This is your Division 3 qualifying final. Big second half to come. We'll bring in the halftime crew as we break down this game and all the scores around the grounds.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Division 3 qualifying final between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. And we've got a ball game on our hands out here. It is the Kings 5-3-33 leading the Basin 4-5-29, who had an opportunity to lead at half-time, but Nick Hallow missed right after the half-time siren to see Upper Gully still lead this contest. Josh Ward here alongside Jared Beanland, Brett Davidson and Matt Spider-Lee. Davo Spider, I'm going to go to you first. What do you make of that first half? Proper final footy, I reckon it was.
Yeah, good pressure footy from both sides, particularly in that first term. Like it was really hot in the kitchen early. Liked what the Basin did. Really liked what Upper Gully did. They brought the heat early, played some really strong tackles. And the contest and clearance work, Davo, particularly from the Basin, has been impressive during this game. And it's been a bit of a contrast in ball transition. You know, Upper Gully have had to do a lot of their ball movement from their back half, whereas the Basin have been able to run and spread through the corridor and give their forwards some opportunities through their 50.
Yeah, I think that's where the difference has been. It's been the fact that you've had a situation where the Basin, the Basin have gone through the middle a little bit more. Upper Gully, especially that first quarter, they transitioned the ball across the ground, switched it well, but they went down the line a little bit too much for my liking, but it was the defensive end to kick to. That second quarter, they took a few more risks.
Yeah, and Harris was really good, and really important, setting up a couple of those score involvements.
Yeah, and I think the game changed a little bit when Power went into the ruck.
Yeah.
I thought that really changed things up for the Basin. They started to get a little bit more ball. They were able to get some movement through the middle. I thought that... who have I thought?
Well, Butler went down. Butler snuck forward for a while too there for the Bears. Yeah,
I really liked Edwards. I thought he was good through the middle. Yep. Hallow's done some good things. And for Upper Gully, Strange, of course, has been great.
Yeah, it's been good, yeah.
But I really like Jacob Bateson, and I reckon I counted 4 times where he either tackled
or smothered or did something.
Impact on contest.
That created something else, and that's what you want a small forward to do, and he's been very, very good.
Absolutely. And Jared, we've been down on ground level, and it has been a very intense contest as well, as it must be said.
100%. I've been really impressed by the pressure of both teams. I think Upper Ferntree Gully's pressure is perhaps, I've liked it a little bit more. They've not given enough oxygen to players such as Gibbons. Kruger's been onto the cosh a little bit. Some of those ball movers and inside mids as well for the base, and just haven't quite been able to get on top at times. But then, as you said, Brett, when Power got into the ruck, it did change the complexion a little bit. And so I liked that. Very fascinated with the way that the Basin's moving the ball as well, sort of taking a little bit of advantage of Upper Ferntree Gully pushing higher up the ground. It's troubled them a little bit.
Well, it's the risk and reward, Jared, isn't it? I mean, if you want to play up that high, you've got to give something back risk the other way, don't you? That's 100%. The thing,
and I think that's where the Basin is sort of making up for a little bit of their lack of height. Is being able to play that sort of transition style, get it over the top that Em's been talking about, and Brash as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we look ahead to the second half, of course, there are some important scores around the grounds, and we're going to highlight Division 2 because that's a massive weekend with both the relegation race and the finals race still open. The first game we'll touch on, Surrey Park 9-4-58 lead Croydon 4-8-32 at Croydon Oval. And of course, it was highlighted yesterday the amount of players Surrey Park had out of this side heading into this weekend, and Croydon having to win to book their finals ticket. They now will be a game outside, or finish a game outside the top 5, because the Lilydale lead over scores will be 9-3-57 to the Magpies 6-5-41. The Magpies at this stage will be getting relegated because Templestowe lead over Ringwood 4-4-28 to the Redbacks 2-2-14, and Heathmont trail Waverley Blues as well 8-5-53. The Jets 5-3-33, and in a massive surprise out at East Burwood Reserve, the Rams 13-1-79 lead Mulgrave 4-4-28. So a 51-point margin out there at East Burwood. Of course, Mulgrave don't have Connor Tilliard playing for them today, and a couple of others out of the lineup as well. But
you're probably taking a few off at half time. If you're Matt Richards as well.
But I mean 13-1.
That's pretty remarkable.
That is remarkable. I mean, there's a bit of breeze today too, so for that score to occur, that's just absolutely phenomenal.
And it just probably goes to show what Eastbourne have done during the year. When they have their good moments, they are capable of mixing it with some of the better teams in the competition.
So at this stage, Lilydale are playing finals, and Scoresby will be relegated back down into Division 3 for season 2027.
But that could change. I mean, this second
You never know.
Things can happen. I mean, that margin, Scoresby-Lilydale game.
Let's touch on some of the other Premier Division scores as well. Blackburn lead by 30 points, 77-47. Roval 74 lead Doncaster East 38. Bourne 67 lead Noble Park 13. South Belgrave at halftime 10-18-78 lead South Croydon 5-11-41 at Belgrave South. So that's a massive opportunity for South Belgrave to lock up their spot in Premier Division.
Is that 10-18?
That's 10-18. They've kicked.
That's an incredible 28 shots at goal. Yeah, that's an and we talked about that defence, didn't we? About South Croydon.
And then the final score: Vermont 10-3-63 lead East Ringwood 4-4-28 out at East Ringwood Reserve. So
that's a big score as well.
And that's a big story as well. I mean, Vermont, who knows? They still could reach the top 3.
They could.
That's a bad day for Bulls and Bulldogs alike, though. It's going to be very interesting, that round 18 clash between South Croydon and Noble Park.
It will be. Division 1, Bayswater trail Norwood 32-54. Montrose now lead against Beaconsfield 26-22. Baronia and North Ringwood are locked at 44 apiece. Park Orchards 45, trail Moorbark 59 out of Dominie Reserve, and Mitcham 47 lead Wanturna South 34 in that game. Out at Walker Reserve.
So at the moment, who's finishing on top? We've got Mitcham on top.
So it is Mitcham on top. They'll win no matter what.
They've signed up the minor premiership.
We'll wait and see. You never know what could happen.
Josh, tell me your feelings about Moorbark.
Just rock up one day.
Not on air.
I will keep that to myself. And then finally, Division 4, Fairpark lead over Doncaster 54-32. Kilsyde trail Warrandyte 53-29. Churnside Park 121 lead Forest Hill 30, and Croydon North Emlock 106 lead Nunawading 19. So there's been some crazy results. Maybe not so in Division 4, which means Fairpark will play finals at this stage in 2026, and Kilsyth will miss out despite being mathematically a chance. But I think Premier Division and Division 2, there's been some curveballs thrown up so
the
far.
Premier thing is now the percentage for Noble Park. That is the critical thing, but also that South Belgrave has that lead at half-time. So,
yeah, and if they continue on that way and have a big win,
who knows?
It's going to be huge.
Yep, it will be, and a game gap as well. But heading into this second half, are we still backing in either the Basin or Upper Ferntree Gully? It's been a tense contest out here at Wally 2.
I'll stick with Upper Gully, but I think the Bears are in real good shape in this going into half-time.
Yeah, I'm sticking with Upper Gully as well, but I think the Bears, when they go forward, they look really dangerous.
Yeah.
If they continue to go through the middle and Upper Gully don't bring their defensive line down a little bit, they're going to be in trouble because they'll get scored over the top way too easily. But great game of footy.
We're looking forward to being down there on ground level in the second half, Jared.
Absolutely. I think I'm jumping ship. I think I've got Upper Gully in this one. I think the issues that they have to fix will be fixable, and I think they'll be too tall, especially when it comes towards
Niku
the end.
playing a really good game down back. Jordan's doing some really nice stuff.
Yeah, he is. Got the job on Connor Edwards as well. As we might go to one last break here. When we return, the call team will reassemble for a massive second half of Division 3 finals out here at Wally 2 Reserve. The Basin up against Upper Gully.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a
Listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome back. It's the Eastland Match of the Round down here at the wonderful picturesque Wally 2 Reserve, Ferntree Gully, hosting the finals here in 3rd Division. It's the qualifying final between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. Both sides on the ground right now. And at scoreboard, if you just joined us and you've had your halftime snack and you're ready to join us for the second half action, it's Upper Ferntree Gully 5-3-33 to the Basin 4-5-29. My name is Blake Tennant. I'm joined here by Ryan Long, my co-commentator, with Wayne Brasher, Emily Mackay, Paul Laconey in the Stats Centre, and we've got a full crew as well with Josh Ward and Jared Beanland on the boundary. We might throw it to you, Paul. You've got a few interesting results. I'm going to throw you up here with Division 2. We'll start off with that. That's probably got the most interesting contest today.
Yeah, in Div 2, Surrey Park are leading 9-4-58 to Croydon 4-8-32. Lilydale 9-3-57 to Scoresby 6-5-41. And Templestowe 4-4-28 to Ringwood 2-2-14. And Waverley Blues 8-7-55 to Heathmont 5-3-33.
Yeah, there's some low-scoring games in that there, Paul, and you know, that interesting game is that Templestowe game. Such a low-scoring affair.
Yeah.
It's a bit of Blake. Would you say that's a bit of a worry for Templestowe coming into a final that they're struggling to hit the scoreboard?
Yeah, I think how I gathered with Templestowe, and I'll say this more briefly tomorrow, they've locked themselves in the final spot. I know they're not in the best form, but they've locked themselves in the finals. So
I get that. I'm not saying that they're flirting with their form or anything, but you still want to be, hitting the scoreboard a little bit more better than what that is. But I mean, Ringwood are fighting for their life here.
They are.
And that's probably why their score is low.
And I might just throw you up before we get to this contest. Premier Division, just quickly. Blackburn Berwick, that's all.
Yeah, Blackburn Berwick. Blackburn 12-5-77 to Berwick 7-5-47.
And to bring us in for the third quarter is Ryan Long.
So first clearance of the third quarter going the way of the Bears. It's Rory Bailey, though, here on the half-back line, who's in possession of the footy, wrapped up in the tackle. You've just joined us, entertaining first half, 5-3-33 to 4-5-29. The Kings leading this one. Charles under a lot of pressure. What's going to be the decision? It's a holding the ball free kick, and it's going the way of the Basin. And they are well and truly in range from here. And it'll be Liam West to take the kick directly in front, about 40 metres out.
Normally, Ryan, I'd say the opening 10 minutes of the third quarter is really important, but in a game like today, I don't think it's going to count, because I think both sides are going to give as good as they get really here.
It has been back and forth today, but a chance for West to put the Bears in front in the opening minute of this third quarter. Kruger has kicked out of bounds on the full, so the kick from West came off the side of the boot.
She was lucky Kruger was there to make it half decent.
Yes, no score out of that one, or in fact one behind, sorry. So 4-6-30 to 5-3-33. Walking through a bit of trouble there was Boyce. Got it through to Charles. Charles gets the handball off. And now they can take some time, take a bounce. As it's a 1-on-2. Wilson was the target. Did okay, evened it out until the Bears were able to clear it forward. And Nuku underneath this one. Bit of an unnecessary push from West, but nothing too much to say in that.
I've seen 25 paid for that, though, Ryan.
I have, yes, me too. As Harrop goes inside, I think I'm happy with that, just to play it on. As Charles now goes to the far side to Bateson.
Ryan does have to sit in the office with the head of umpiring, so we've got to be kind.
Yes, we'll back him in as Bateson. Oh, he's missed his target. Now Power at the back. Got the handball off to Nick Hallow. Nick Hallow inside 50. Bouncing towards the boundary line. Won't be able to keep this one in. So we'll get a boundary throw in deep inside the Basin's forward 50. They trail this game by 3 points.
Go, Bash.
No, you go.
Really great to see the ball in their forward half for the first couple of minutes. They've been crowding the middle of the ground, so forcing Upper Gully to have to go long down the line, and it's really working out in their favour.
As we're inside the Bears forward line, early stages, third quarter, the premiership quarter, as some people like to say. No, he's out of bounds on the full. Having this is Jack Lavender. He's going to play on here. He's going to go deep inside the forward 50, looking for the power direction. Getting there first is Charles.
Yeah, bit of a chop out there.
Charles will get the free kick. So Charles gets it on his boot, but Kruger's there with a great grab. And he's going to have a kick here. We're going to quickly go down boundary side for a comment.
Just as Zach Charles kicked that, the breeze started to pick up just that little bit for him.
So Lockie Kruger, he's been a great pickup for the Bears. Unfortunately missed out that day that we were down there at Donvale. The Basin had 12 out, but Kruger can line up and kick this. He's been a great recruit coming from Bayswater this year. Lockie Kruger outside the 50 arc for the Bears. Go up high, does a little bit of moving, but I think that's a goal. It is. The Basin get their fifth. 5-6-36 to Upper Ferntree Gully. 5-3-33. Lockie Kruger, he's to me the number one rated player right now on ground.
Yes, that was you're right there, Blake. Kruger, he could be the difference in this second half. I will say this though, that was probably really touch and go, and I'm going to give the umpire a bit of a rap there, because he was perfectly positioned to make that call. It could have been touched. It looked like it was touched, but the goal umpire was right on the line and he saw it.
So a goal to Kruger, and the Bears are now in front by 3 points, 5-6 to 5-3. We're back in the middle again.
Surely it's been the first time they've taken the lead since maybe 5 or 10 minute mark of the first quarter.
Yeah, it's been a while. Upper Ferntree Gully getting themselves out to an early lead, particularly in that second quarter, controlled most of it. Big tackle in the middle of the ground. We're going to get another stoppage. So almost 5 minutes into this third quarter. In fact, it's a free kick here going the way of the Basin. Going to Jack Lamada, who passes off the Sertikos, who just gets it off in time. Had Wilson chasing him. Will receive it again that time from the big man in Butler. Trying to break through a tackle was Swindle. Caught one eye and gets himself a free kick. Now sends this forward here for the Bears. Almost a grab. Couldn't quite bring it down. Harrop involved once more. Bailey was there. Big tackle by Charles. And we'll get a ball up just outside forward 50 here for the Basin, doing all the attacking in this third term so far.
Upper Gully have struggled to move the ball, but you can really tell that their pressure hasn't let up from this first half.
No, it certainly hasn't. The tap from Power towards Kruger, who's jumped into the back by his opposition and gets himself a free kick.
They're going with a real heavy tag here, Upper Gully on Kruger in the second half.
And Kruger gets past his opposition, puts it on the right boot and kicks it out of bounds on the full. He's had a bit of everything today, Kruger. Had that fantastic goal just before. This one well and truly to the left.
You can see the crowd getting involved. The Upper Gully faithful right behind that one there as the champ, Bailey, plays on here. Good look at this on the broadcast wing. Couldn't fly. That's going to be out of bounds on the full. It will be.
Oh, yeah, it was. Yep.
So Sertikos will have this one.
One throw, Jay Ward.
Yeah, contested possession from our boundary riders.
Moving on. He doesn't need that. Mitch Brown has this say. He's going to bomb it inside the forward 50. Thompson around this one. Will get there eventually. Gets a hand pass. Good work here. Harrop. Good again on the broadcast wing when we fly taken. Ball not out, and eventually it will be, and it's going to be a boundary throw in. 36 plays 33, the Basin lead.
Really hugging that boundary side Upper Gully at the moment.
Yeah, the Upper Gully is struggling to get it past halfway at the moment. It's 6 inside 50s to zip in favour of the Basin at the moment.
Kruger spins around, gets it out.
I don't reckon it's gone past halfway for Upper Gully.
No,
moment.
You're right. They haven't had an inside 50 yet, Dan.
7 minutes in. Great to be back down here at Wally 2 Reserve. Second v third qualifying final. And get it out here to Upper Gully with a hand pass there. That was by Meyer. Finds Charles. Charles gets a hand pass to Bateson. Back to Charles. Back to Bateson. It's almost like a handball. 1-2, give it to me sort of thing here. Bateson can get around this ball. He's got pressure immediately here. Upper Gully do really well, but an intercept mark taken. That was by Edwards, Thomas.
Basin seem to be setting up really well behind the ball across all areas of the ground. So even if Upper Gully are going into the middle, they're still getting covered really easily.
So Edwards, 1-on-1 Edwards. Couldn't get that kick there by Thompson. And the big man, he knows how to take a good grab, does Edwards. Coming into the team.
The spare men back for the Basin, I've identified them throughout the day. It's usually Delaney and Sisweta sharing that duty.
So we're going to +2 at times, Jared?
Yeah, yes, at times.
So as play resumes, that might be a goal. It is a snap around the corner. And the Bears have kicked 2 this quarter. I think it was Ethan Power who kicked that. That is a cracking goal. Straight out of the ruck, if you don't mind. We're going to have a look at a good replay of this one. Just grabs it out of the ruck. It's check side banana. And that is the Tobin Brothers Gold of the Day contender. I know we don't have the award due to finals at the moment. And currently it's 6-6-42 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 5-3-33. 9 minutes in the third quarter.
Yeah, very good. You were speaking to both his father and grandfather in the rooms before.
Yes, and know the Powers quite well. I'm sure Brush knows them as well. So
here they go again. Kruger with the tackle. And they've gained already some territory there. They've won the ruck battle once again.
The one thing the Basin have done in this opening 10 minutes of the third quarter, they're not conceding the switch like they did in the first half. They're attacking their opponent and pushing them further back.
So back to Hallow. Hembles it off, and now a long kick inside 50 from Smith. Almost a mark. I think that has been paid, and it's Edwards. I lost where the footy was. It was in his hands. Great grab.
This guy plays a lot taller for his height. He's a really good contested mark, Connor Edwards. Has been for many years.
He's been outstanding today in these one-on-one battles, and you are right, a great contested mark, and he's a good kick for goal as well. Already has 2.
Rush is always right, Ryan.
Yeah. As he lines up Edwards for goal number 3. He has put it through, and the Bears suddenly are now 15 points up.
Really important goal, because that could be the psychological barrier that we've been looking for. Is there going to be a point of no return? Because now Upper Gully have got a bit of work to do here. They've got to score 3 times to hit the front again, and they haven't been able to get the ball outside of their outside the centre, or even have an inside 50 so far in this third quarter, and we're 10 minutes in.
They've made the swap, Ethan Power into the ruck, and it's Butler deep forward.
Shouldn't eat too many dim sims while I'm trying to commentate.
That's to the blue ball. Thanks, Brash.
Someone was going to say it.
Thompson around this ball. They get a hand pass. Charles gets it out for Upper Gully. Halo scoots this one up at the moment, and Thompson around this.
We were going to ignore it, but you brought it up.
I've got some Gaviscon in the van.
We might go to Paul Laconi in the Sat Centre.
Yeah, got some scores in Div 2. Ringwood have hit the front against Templestowe. Ringwood 6-2-38 to Templestowe 5-4-34. And Scoresby have gone back to 2 goals against Lilydale. Lilydale 10-5-65 to Scoresby 8-5-53.
Thank you, Paul, in the Stats Centre. Bailey around this one. Gets a hand pass. Snap around the corner. Who's going to get out into this one here? Tackled immediately by Upper Gully. Swindle gets the hand pass to Power. Kicked up recent goal, the check side there. Tackled, game tackled by Upper. And that's going to be a ball up. 15-point margin. The Bears have kicked 3 goals. Upper Gully have not scored this quarter. Power gets it out. And tackle again. It's going to be another ball up. 12 minutes into this third quarter.
Looks like a lot of Upper Gully players getting sucked into the contest. Basin actually had a spare play down in the forward line just before.
Thank you, Am. Power gets a clearance kick. Who's going to Upton around this one? Charles gets the hand pass. And here come Upper Gully. They play on immediately here. 2, no one. He's kicked to absolute no one. Who's going to get this one up first for the Basin? They get a kick. And that is going to be a throw in.
I don't think Upper Gully can afford to move the ball too quickly, because their numbers are so far back that they're going to have to chain out, which is more of a hand passy game. But if they're kicking it out, there's too many Basin players there.
So gets the hit out. Todd, that was. Tackled by 2 Basin players, and that's going to be another ball up.
Nearly 13 and a half minutes in the third quarter, and Upper Gully still yet to have an inside 50 this quarter.
And they currently trail now by 15 points, so got to get a move on soon and get something going. Let's go down to the boundary.
I think they need a spark from somewhere, because their body language is pretty flat. Maybe it comes through someone like a Mackay Bateson or a Travis Strange.
I reckon you're a huge Mackay Bateson fan, Josh Ward.
Just a little bit.
As the ball moves forward, Wilson.
More of a Trav Strange fan than a Mackay Bateson fan.
It's just that you can. The Basin really have hunted the ball in this third quarter.
Yeah, you're right. They've been super impressive.
I think just more accountable also to what's going on outside of the contest as well. So again, they're covering the inside of the ground really well. They've got more numbers behind the footy in a contest. Really, really well played by them.
Yeah, they have, as the ball brought back into play. Tap down was won by Upper Ferntree Gully. Going through the pack that time was Gibbons.
Strong as an ox, this guy. He just puts his heart and soul on the ground every week. He's a warrior, I'll tell you.
Harrop punched down into a bit of space. Edwards will get there first. He knew where Lavender was and got the handball off to him. He's kicked forward. Power's got to go for this. Gets a spoil to it and works well for Ferguson. Did he cop one high? Umpire said play on. Inside 50. Gribbles had the kick. Out the back is Edwards. Just overdid it. Now a bit of pressure again for Upper Ferntree Gully. That kick's out of bounds on the full. And the Basin will reload once more. They are under a lot of pressure at the moment.
He needs to check his stops, I reckon, Edwards, because that's multiple times he's gone down on inopportune times today.
So Lavender is looking for the Edwards direction. Just overdid him. Tucked away in the pocket is Ferguson, who's got two Upper Gully defenders who wraps him up. Bateson and Meyer. And across the line they go. And they are just under siege at the moment. Our Upper Ferntree Gully got to really hold on here and get something going themselves. Kruger just got his hands away in time. Nuku's clearing kick's going to come straight back because it's marked by Sertzakos, who has plenty of options forward. Takes his time. Waits until he sees something in the pocket. It's Edwards. Got a hand to it. Out the back. Upper Ferntree Gully, a high kick. It's not going to escape the forward 50. Out of nowhere is Edwards, who worked hard to get to that one, to take the mark on the chest. And he's going to line up for goal number 4.
That was great, relentless pressure from the Basin just there. They Upper Gully had at one point 16 out of their 18 players in that defensive 50. So to be able to get a result like this is really, really great from the Basin.
Gee, this is a big opportunity here for the Basin. Really big opportunity.
It is. Connor Edwards, we're right behind this. He's already got 3. It's been super important today. This will be for goal number 4. Makes no mistake. That's a beautiful kick off the boot. And Edwards has 4. And the Bears lead now to 21 points. 8-6-54, 5-3-33 Upper Gully. 16 and a half minutes gone third term.
Just wouldn't want to give the Upper Gully bench a lipful just yet, my friend.
He has. They have done that a couple times in this quarter in particular, I've noticed.
There's still a lot of time in this game for Upper Gully to get back into it. Don't give anyone any extra ammunition, right, when you're taking control of the contest.
Well, just saying, it's a 4-0 quarter for the Basin. Upper Gully have not scored once during this third quarter. Butler just gets it out with a big spoil fist in the ruck there. Thompson gets this one up. Brown gets the kick deep inside now. Gets that one there. That was by Jordan Nuku. Snap around the corner by Raymond. Dangerous kick. Lavender will wrap this ball up, and it's going to be a ball up. 7.5 minutes in to this third quarter. 54 plays 33, a 19-point lead at the moment to the Bears. Hand pass to Lavender again. He gets this one, gets around one defender, kicks around the pocket, and that's going to be out of bounds on the full.
I mean, they are in a great position, Brash, the Basin are. Their contest work is really good, so they've got the upper hand on that and the momentum from the 4 goals.
So Todd plays on immediately. Good spoil there. That was by Boyce. And this one might just roll out, and it does. So 18 minutes in. Still no score for Upper Gully. The Bears have kicked 4 straight.
They look like they're going up and down in the one spot here, Upper Gully at the moment.
It's because the Basin are covering middle of the ground. They've got no other option.
I know, but it looks like it does, Em.
2 rucks colliding at it. Harrop and Butler. Butler gets a hand pass a bit high, and it will be. I don't know if it's going to be played back here, but it will be. So the Bears, they can get it out here for Nicholson, looking for Thompson, but a great intercept mark taken.
Do you know how high he had to jump to actually get around that guy's neck?
That was by Darcy Meyer. He's on the outer wing. The Bears have just got numbers out the back here everywhere. Upper gully kick to, and that's going to be another free kick, Ryan.
Yep.
And it's going to go to Ethan Harris.
It is, and he wants to move this straight away. Dangerous kick in the corridor, finds Bateson, works it okay. Now towards us on the broadcast side, the kick's not perfect, but plenty of space there for Robertson, who pushes it forward. Is that a grab? It is on the second attempt there from Jack Harrop.
That needed to be a mark because there was 6 Basin players within a 15-metre vicinity of him just then.
They certainly were at risk of it coming back the other way. So Harrop inside 50. Might be the first time in this quarter. Can they get a mark out of this? Sport from behind doing well.
It is the first inside 50 this quarter, Ryan. 13-1.
13-1.
In favour of the Basin.
So a dominant third term for the Bears has got them 21 points up. Can they get one back here before three-quarter time? Upper Ferntree Gully. The kick was smothered. That was well done by Harris. We'll get a stoppage inside 50.
Probably a bit of sigh of relief for Upper Gully at the moment, just getting the ball to their forward 50. They can set up the way that they want to and probably start playing the way that they want to as well.
Yeah, certainly haven't had this quarter on their terms. Haven't had really a chance. They've been dominated through the middle of the ground. Harris, quick little handball, got it off to Meyer. Meyer towards goal. Sport across, staying alive, still in play here. Socket off the ground by Delaney. It's going to come back off the right boot towards goal. This one to the minor score to the left side of the big sticks, and that's Upper Gully's first score of the quarter, 5-4, 34 to 8-6, 54.
So Sizewell goes to the Thompson direction. Might get a free kick, does Michael Thompson, the former match stain. Plays on. And this one might just roll through, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in. 20 minutes approaching with a full-on gone past time on here. 21 minutes in, third quarter. Eastland match of the round, qualifying finals, all in for the finals. And we're here as well. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast as well all around the world. And if you're in your car, change that dial to 98.1 Radio Eastern to tune in for this third quarter and, of course, the fourth coming up shortly. 54 plays 33. 2 rucks going at it. Harrop gets the hit out. Goes to Brown. Brown with a snapping kick.
Oh.
Great mark taken by Ferguson.
Mark of the day. That was just pure courage.
So Ferguson.
It was like the ball was past him and he's just lunged.
That's the second one that he's had today that was being pretty impressive.
So
or maybe I'm thinking of someone else.
So Kobe Ferguson played that at the Basin all of his junior career, been in the 19s as well, and wanted to take the opportunity in playing a first division club in Montrose, but comes back to the Bears last year, hoping to make a big impact. Does Kobe Ferguson here. Can line up and kick the Basin's knife of the day. Ferguson kicks the goal. And that's their 5th of this quarter here. 9-6-60 to Upper Ferntree Gully. 5-3, 33, 22 minutes in, third quarter.
They keep yelling at the Upper Gully bench.
I know.
Well,
they don't. I don't know what they're going to do about that, though, Jared. And I think, right, there comes a moment in the game where you almost feel like there's a point of no return. 26 points down. Upper Gully look like they're going up and down on at the moment in the one area. They're getting totally run off the park here.
It's strange. His handball was cut off by Edwards. Big clash. Again, Ferguson, who just kicked the last goal, and an absolute courageous mark there. Knew he was going to run into trouble and still brought it down. So the tap down that time won by Harrop. You have to say that Butler's been super impressive for the Bears in the ruck.
I've been impressed by their third quarter, the Basin. They have really come out and sent a message here. They have really taken Upper Gully to the sword in this quarter.
Yes, and I've seen a few Donvale people in the crowd today, probably just taking a few notes off this quarter. Now, a bit of a wait for the ball up to be done back here in the middle again. Bateson lost it. Under a bit of pressure here. So we're almost 24 minutes gone in this third quarter. It's 26 points the margin in favour of the Bears. Massive quarter.
They need a goal here, Upper Ferntree Gully, to give themselves some hope.
Need the momentum back. Here's Bateson using his body well, though, in defence. The mark was taken by Sizewerder. A long, high kick towards the half-forward line. Spoiled across by Nuku. So we're officially 24 minutes into this third term. What have Upper Ferntree Gully got left in this game? They've come out flat from half-time after a really, really positive second term. No free kick out of the ruck. Power lost it. Picked up by Harris. His handball didn't hit up a target. And now it's an opportunity for Ferguson. Gets it off. Was looking for his teammate on the boundary line there in Thompson.
You're not going to get a free kick like that, Michael. You just can't dive.
Upper Gully have an extra 2 in the back line here at the moment, probably hoping to stem the flow and not concede another goal in the last couple of minutes of this quarter.
They can't afford to concede another goal, Em.
There's a boundary throw in. Power with the tap down. Nuku ran into a bit of trouble. We'll get a ball up inside 50. In fact, it's coming back. It's a sling tackle.
Kick.
Are they going to...
Yellow card?
Yellow card. They are, so... Bit of time off here.
They're going to have to move those players back.
For who got the yellow card?
34. Taylor Remmett got that one.
Nuku taking his time. They're going to
I think it's Nicolo who's gotten that yellow card.
Yeah, it just looks like he was throwing it in his direction. Thanks, Josh.
No worries.
Oh, well,
yeah,
he can enjoy 15 minutes just to reflect
Although
on his wrongdoing.
Yeah. So Jordan Nuku will have this kick. So just on the broadcast where we are at the moment, Butler involved here and free kick called. Where's this going to go? It's going to go to Butler.
He's played a big third quarter, this young man.
Only a 22-year-old, I believe.
You should know. You said you went to school with him.
Yeah, well, I think he's...
Well, that was over the mark.
That gets smothered ball and that's going to roll through. I think his birthday's later in the year, so that's why he's 22.
So I thought you'd know that, Boy Blake.
He was a year above me, so there you go.
The 6'7" beanstalk.
Yeah. Very good player. Been a good player for the Basin this year. The two racks going at it. Scanning this ball is the Basin in West.
And just think, we've got another big game coming up tomorrow too. This could be the, if this is what finals footy is going to be like again, I'm looking forward to it.
Thank you, Prash. This one's just going to roll out. It's going to be a boundary throw-in. I've just had a look, and I know this is a boundary throw-in, but Scoresby have hit the front, people, 72-66 over Lilydale. So
keep an eye on that one.
Yeah.
I can tell you what too, Blake. There's some big floggings happening in Premier Division this afternoon too.
But Ringwood lead 45-34 over Templestone. So we'll hear a bit more after the three-quarter time break. As we're approaching that time right now, as we speak, Brown around this ball here.
And
sure. You go on, Paul. Sorry.
And sorry, Blake. Croydon are trailing against Surrey Park. So Surrey Park lead by 32. So at the moment, Lilydale are still in 5th.
Thank you, Paul. So Bateson.
Sure, we go long down the line here.
Yeah.
So Bateson plays it, going to the pocket end of Upper Gully's goals here. And that's not a good kick. Made a mirror that one. So that's going to be a out the full sort of kick here. And it's going to be Upper Ferntree Gully free kick here. So I'll say the Basin might flood the back line here.
So what, I reckon be lucky if this is their third inside 50 for the quarter coming up.
So Oldens gets the kick deep inside. And Butler again, that man has been sensational this quarter, Ryan.
He has. He takes the intercept mark and goes to the side, finds his teammate in the pocket, Sertzakos. Out of the defensive half of the ground, spoiled over by Bailey.
Ryan, 6 intercept marks to 1 in favour of the Basin this quarter.
Thanks, Paul. And with probably a minute or so left in this game, in this third term, do Upper Ferntree Gully just shut it down and not try and concede one, or do they try and just desperately take the risk and get a goal out of this?
I'd say take the risk. It's a final. So, I mean, most people would go shut it down and whatnot and then regroup. But if the ball's in your forward half, which it is, if they can get that opportunity and throw Basin off, that'd be great.
It would be a big momentum goal before three-quarter time as Kruger gets a handball off. Big tackle there on the far side, that's rewarded. So Upper Ferntree Gully will get the free kick out of this one. Not long to go before three-quarter time. We've played 29 minutes in a 5-goal-to-zip quarter for the Bears. Using the corridor this time, getting the handball away. Bateson will receive it, has a runner coming past in Raymond, uses him now. Off the right boot, a short chip forward, doesn't hit the target as Harrop. His kick won't count. Almost bounced through in the end.
No, it did count.
It did?
I think the umpire...
It was after the siren.
No, hasn't been. Well, the goal umpire moved to...
The game doesn't finish till the umpire blows the whistle. So if the siren goes first, it does mean the game's over.
So it looks like at three-quarter time, it'll be a 26-point lead to the Bears. 9-6-60 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 5-4-34. We're going to take one last break here and then hear from Joel Perry at three-quarter time before we get stuck into this final quarter of action at Wally 2 Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Wally 2 Reserve down here at Ferntree Gully in the qualifying final between the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully here. Currently at the moment, the Bears, it was all the Bears in that quarter. They kicked 5 goals to 1 behind. 9-6-60 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 5-4-34. My name's Blake Tennant, joined here by Ryan Long, Wayne Brasher, Emily Mackay, Paul Laconey, Jared Beanland and Josh Ward. But we're going to throw it off to Paul Laconey because the score is a score mayhem at the moment here. Scores everywhere. We've even got our GM around here trying to figure out what's going on. But Paul Laconey, fill us in with Division 2 because it is...
A lot of drama in Division 2, Blake. Starting off with Surrey and Croydon. Surrey Park, 12-8-80 to Croydon, 6-11-47, which means Croydon are 6th at the moment. Scoresby lead over Lilydale at three-quarter time, 11-6-72 Scoresby to Lilydale, 10-6-66. Ringwood lead over Templestowe. Ringwood 7-3-45 to Templestowe 5-5-35. And with both Scoresby and Ringwood winning, it means that it brings Heathmont into the conversation because Heathmont are trailing to Waverley Blues. Waverley Blues 12-8-80 to Heathmont 8-4-52.
Was that a bridge too far for Heathmont? If the other two results, Heathmont might have to find something here.
And we might go to Premier Division just quickly, Paul. So I think Blackburn are safe.
Yeah, Blackburn.
Just wait a sec. We've got a boundary down there. We've got Joel Perry.
Yes, we do. Joel Perry, you must have been really pleased with that third quarter, not giving them any opportunity inside their attacking half.
Yeah, it certainly was a much better quarter than the first half. I think we just played a little bit more of our brand of footy, so entries weren't great, but we put them under pressure, and then our smalls put them under pressure as well. Backs were able to lock the footy in there, so certainly what we're after. Obviously, we could have come out strong this quarter.
And you highlighted your pressure in that third quarter in particular. Is that going to be the key heading into this final quarter?
Oh, it always is, right? That's what finals are about. So, I think we get our entries right, get it nice and deep and lock the ball in there. I think we're going to put them under enough pressure to score.
Awesome. Thanks, Joel. Good luck for the rest of the game.
All right, thanks there to Josh Ward with Joel Perry. Just a live ladder in Division 2 at the moment. If it finished right now, looking at the ladder, Heathmont, Ringwood and Scoresby would be all tied on points. The Jets, 77.84%, 77.03 for Scoresby, and then 82 for Ringwood. So in that scenario, Scoresby are still 10th. Now I hear that Lilydale are kicking with the breeze in the final quarter, which has been a factor down at Scoresby today. So we'll keep an eye on that one in this last quarter. Lilydale at the moment are looking like they will take the final spot with Croydon currently trailing quite a bit against Surrey Park. Let's go down the boundary, Jared Beanland.
Thanks, Ryan. Chris Fletcher, he threw down the gauntlet to his Chargers, and he's challenged them to take the game on. Not just bravery in terms of the contest, but also bravery in terms of where they're kicking it to. Take the harder option, take the game on, run and carry. With a couple of changes as well. Buster Todd, he'll go into the ruck. Mackay Bateson, he's going down to cause some chaos. Chris Fletcher's words in the forward line.
There we go. Thank you very much, JB. So we'll wait and see if it all works out in this final quarter. It's currently the Basin 60-34 Upper Ferntree Gully. Spot in the second semi-final up for grabs for the winner of today's contest. The loser will play tomorrow's winner of Knox and Sylvan next week in the first semi, as we're back in the middle again. Tap down, ball going nowhere. Strange with the tackle on Edwards.
And it's going to take a big effort for Upper Ferntree Gully, even in this quarter, to get back into the contest.
Can they get the momentum, get the first one, and start to put a bit of pressure on the Bears?
Whereas if it goes the other way, Ryan, it could... it's going to be it'd be even harder, I reckon.
Yeah, you'd think the Bears are probably one goal away from breaking this one open. As we're back in the middle again, we'll get another ball up, and it was just such a dominant third term. They kicked 5 goals to zip, and their midfield was certainly on top. There's Power, he's tapped down. Brown got the handball away. Strange off the side of the boot. Works out okay. Charles is played on. Just gets past the opposition tackler. They move this one towards Wilson. Away on the boundary line. Picked up cleanly. Nicely done that time by Raymond, who goes inside or just outside the forward 50. The mark is taken by Bateson. Bateson looks towards the pocket. Just overdid the kick there for McDonald. And out of bounds it goes.
Still, I'd rather rather than that going through for a point and giving possession back to the Basin, I'd rather take a stoppage here.
Well, let's see if they can get a goal out of this stoppage. Ball back into play. Overdid the boundary throw in just a little bit. front of Harrop, and we'll get another ball up.
I think the challenge here is that the Basin are a really good contest team, whereas Upper Gully are probably more of a transition team.
Thank you, Em. Harrop, snap around the corner.
Sorry, I was giving you a bit of time to actually commentate the game. But what that means is that the Upper Gully has to work really, really hard in the next couple of minutes to really win the contest here, and that's not their strength. So it'd be hard for them to get those opportunities on goal.
As we're on the broadcast end, so we get a good look at this one. Final quarter action. What do Upper Gully have? Mark taken. That was by Luke Scott. Plays on here. Good switching kick here for the Bears. Gribble will have to say. They need to get a goal soon here, do Upper Gully. They only kicked the one behind in that third quarter. Kruger, he would definitely be up there in the best players today for the Bears. He's been excellent. Charles around this ball here, and he's tackled by Ferguson.
One of the observations in the first half of the game was that when the Basin was switching across, they were doing it so slowly, and what's really helped them in last quarter and the first couple of minutes of this quarter is that quicker ball movement. It's making it really hard for Upper Gully to defend it.
Kruger again around this ball, and this one's going to roll out.
And they probably don't have the legs Upper Gully either at this stage, Em.
Because it's been so contested?
Yeah.
A 26-point margin to the Bears. Division 3 qualifying final. The winner will take on the Magpies in Donvale. Todd gets the hit out in the back free kick. And it looks like it might go to power. No, it won't.
It's going to the other big fella, Lucas Gibbons.
Okay, so Gibbons will have to say, Ryan.
Yeah, he'll send it forward for the Bears. Their first inside 50 of the last term. Sport from behind by Nuku. Doesn't clear their back half just yet. Underneath this one, Edwards. Ball comes back out. Strange with the tackle.
Upper Gully definitely hunting the ball a little bit harder at the start of this quarter. I just worry that they might get sucked in and give the width to Basin.
We'll see if that plays out. Is the tackle not rewarded? Handball back out to Harris. Trying to trap this one. Caught by Brown.
Well, Jared, they've always generally had an extra one or two behind stoppage, but they've been able to fan out and spread, which that was what they were doing in the first half. They couldn't do that in the third so much because of Basin's numbers. So that's why they're not able to transition that ball out as effectively as what they were able to.
Kruger got the hands off to Byrne, bouncing forward, slap towards goal. Who's going to get there first? Bailey, clean pick-up for Upper Ferntree Gully, did extremely well, just couldn't quite keep it in. So right in front of the Bears faithful, the Basin have got an opportunity to just about put this game away if they can get a goal out of this forward 50 stoppage.
Plenty of support for the Bear Cave. He'll be going off tonight if they can hold on and win this game. Of course, their reserves finished on top of the ladder, so they get the week off. So plenty of support. They'll be playing next week, and look and say they'll have back-to-back games. So back to this one. Tackled here. Getting this one up here is Ethan Harris, but the Basin looking to go through Sizewörter. But first to get there is Byrne, and he's tackled immediately. It's going to be a boundary throw-in.
Go, Paul.
Just got some scores regarding the top of the table in Division 1. North Ringwood lead against Boronia 11-6-72 to Boronia 10-6-66, and Wani South lead over Mitcham. Wani South 10-8-68 to Mitcham 9-7-61, which means at the moment North Ringwood are top.
Geez, maybe Mitcham don't like finishing on top of the ladder. So we'll keep those scores. We'll hear it definitely in the post game. But we'll hear some more during the game as well.
You just got to love the last round in the Eastern Football Netball League.
Just throws up a few curveballs.
Oh, it's great to see so many conundrums coming to the fore.
Yeah. So if you want to hear this one, it's a 26-point lead to the Basin. And if you want to know extra, it was a 5-1 behind. As here come Ethan Harris, gets it deep inside, looking for Basin, but first to pick it up there is Scott. Scott plays on, finds his teammate in Gribble. So Gribble on the outer wing now. Mark taken there by Bailey. Oh, the candy shows it off there. He's going to take a couple bounces. Goes for the pocket end down here, and a mark taken by Bateson. So Mackay Bateson.
His running patterns have been absolutely fantastic in the the whole first quarter, really. Really posing a bit of a threat. And Basin probably just don't have someone with the speed to be able to defend against him. He's always out in front.
Yeah, Luke Scott's the guy that's gone to Mackay Bates, and he's been good with ball in hand this quarter. He's been getting himself in the right spots, but he's just lost Bateson in transition there.
So Upper Gully need this one here. Mackay Bateson. Can he kick this through to get them back in touch? Goalpie moves to the left and it's through from behind. So 5-5-35 Upper Ferntree Gully to the Basin 9-6-60 Ryan.
You just don't know how many opportunities they're going to get this quarter. So currently still 25 points the margin. This one out of play. It's almost worked out perfectly. Just couldn't quite bring it down that
Free
time
kick.
for Delaney. But given the free kick in amongst two Upper Ferntree Gully forwards, did well enough to gain a free kick out of this, and now we'll just send it down the line. That kick should be out of bounds on the full. It is.
There's been a lot of out of bounds on the full this game.
Particularly on this side of the ground, right in front of us. Been misjudged a bit as Darcy Meyer. Not sure if it looks like Robertson's in the middle of that one. That was the intended target. Strange off the left boot. That's a fantastic kick. Puts it into a dangerous position of the ground inside forward 50. Umpire says no free kick. We'll get a ball up inside their forward 50.
Basin are doing really well to position themselves front shoulder in front of Upper Gully, so they're able to intercept those balls really easily, causing these ball ups now.
Tapped down by Robertson. Plenty of numbers here for the Bears as they'll see it over the line, and they'll get Nick Hallow back on the ground pretty soon, coming back from a yellow card. At the moment, they haven't conceded a goal in this final quarter, so they'll be pretty pleased with it. They're one step closer to a second semi against Donvale. Still plenty of time on the clock. Robertson tapped down. Going nowhere that time. Gibbons will get another ball up just inside the forward 50 arc here for Upper Ferntree Gully.
They need something, the Upper Gully. This could be it with Robinson, Mackay Bateson involved, and that's going to be wrapped up through for a ball up.
So hard when they're basing a Butler in the ruck that's winning every single contest. It's very hard for them to get the ball from stoppage.
They've also got the dual ruck combination too with power. Butler just gets it out of the ruck with a fister, and here come the Basin. Lavender. Here come the Bears. Thompson plays on. No, he doesn't. He's got to play. He's got Kruger down the end if he wants him. But one-on-one there. Here comes. There was Edwards, but it's out here. Well done, Upper Gully. They got out of that one.
Out in the full.
And that's going to be out of bounds on the full. And Joel Perry, he's used to taking a big clunk. He gets that one.
Kruger had so much space.
Yeah. So Power will have this one. He plays on. Gets it down to the hot spot. Thompson involved. Gets the spoil. And this one's going to roll out. It's going to be a boundary throw-in.
So it was a quick and easy transition for the base, and Upper Gully are playing a zone, and they're just rolling all their numbers too far up so that when the Basin get the ball, it's very easy to just roll over the top of them, and then they've got an outnumber there.
Great to see the Basin faithful in finals yet again. Always come out deep inside the forward 50 of the Basin here. They get the clearance kick first to get there, though. Is Smith got all the time in the world.
Just play the boundary line now.
They can
That's all they got to do.
Well, they can just take the time as well. They're up by 25 points. They get it to Power. Power. That name is a big name, and Power can turn the power off for Upper Gully if he can kick this goal.
Just quickly, Blake, there's a big result here in Premier Division for Noble Park. They're down by 109 points and could lose some valuable percentage here from this loss this afternoon. And that puts South Belgrave still in the bucket in the final box seat, I should say.
Power can line up here.
Tongue-tied as usual.
He's probably directly in front, I would say, on the 50 arc here. Todd Power can line up. And it's not going to go through in an
Did you call him Todd Power?
Sorry.
Isn't that his dad?
Power, sorry. I was talking to his old man today. Sorry about that one.
Who was a footballer, wasn't he?
He was for Vermont and the Basin, of course. Good to see the Powers in action. Saw his old man as well. And that one will go down for boundary for comment.
Nick Hallow back onto the field.
So a pretty handy play to bring on in the 11.5-minute mark of this final quarter when you lead by 25 points.
Make or break now for Upper Gully. If they can't get something in the next couple of minutes, it's going to be very, very hard.
Spot on. Got to happen pretty soon. Bateson off to Charles. Charles hits up his target in Dylan Nuku.
I think it's pressure on them to transition the ball quickly. They're good at doing that. They just haven't been.
Yeah, haven't been able to obviously capitalise that today.
They
Picked
just
off
can't hit a target now, Upper Gully.
by Sertzikos, who goes back to Delaney. And any time just off the clock now is only going to help the Basin. They're in no rush. There's a short option found.
And after trailing by 38 points, East Ringwood, they've got it back to 16 against Vermont. So that game's still live.
We'll keep an eye on that one. We'll also get an update from Paul on some of those Division 2 scores in just a moment, as we'll get a ball up on the far side. Of course, you got relegation and finals up for grabs. Anything interesting in Division 2, Paul?
In the relegation battle, Ringwood are leading 8-5-53 to Templestowe 6-5-41, but Scoresby are trailing against Lilydale. It's Lilydale 13-6-84 to Scoresby 11-7-73.
Thank you, Paul. So Scoresby at the moment going back to Division 3. This division right here with the qualifying final in control by the Bears. They lead 9-6-60 to 5-5-35 Upper Ferntree Gully. 25 points the margin.
Blackburn are 69 points up over Berwick, so Blackburn look like they're heading to playing finals in season 2026 again.
Which means Baldwin and Berwick are out.
Yes, as Gribbles kick forward. Bouncing across and went right into the lap of Ferguson, who hits up the target in Power. Ethan Power, of course, not his father, Todd, who's not playing today.
I don't think he's been playing for years.
Could it get back out, you reckon?
No.
Vets.
I'm sure his grandfather will be here this afternoon.
No, he was.
He is.
Brian,
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure. Great club man at Vermont, Brian Power.
So Ethan Power, this will be a very, very tough angle from his
He's
on the
liable
boundary line.
He's liable to kick it though.
Well, this would be the goal of the day. Not a bad kick. It's just going to fall short. Punched across the line, so minor score. 9-7-61, the Basin now. 5-5-35, Upper Gully. 14 minutes gone, final term.
Upper Gully need to do something here. And he's just going to do the bring back the barrel sort of mark there. Good mark taken by Sice-Werther. So a 26-point lead to the Basin still. 14.5 minutes in to this last quarter of football. Nuku tried to go up there, but Brown, snapping ball. And it's going to be out of bounds on the full. Right in front of the Basin faithful, where you don't want to be if you're an Upper Gully player.
You're funny this quarter, Blake.
Trying to bring the jokes out.
Oh, come on. They're probably trying to give him some nice feedback here, the
look
Upper
at
Gully
this.
player.
Jack Harrop, that is. He loves a bit of that, I reckon. Former Eastern Ranger.
You got many mates down at the Bear Cave, Blake?
Well, pretty close with Kobe Ferguson. He's when he was there for 2 years, not saying the club, you should know that, as Harrop goes on, kicks it outside to the Basin huddle sort of thing. That's a good mark. I think that, Size-Werther gets around this one and he's tackled immediately. It's going to be a boundary throw in. So 15.5 minutes in. We might get some scores, Paul, if you've got any available. Second division.
Not much update from second division at this stage, but when there is, we'll...
Yep, no worries. Thanks, Paul.
Can we just check, is Heathmont getting relegated or nah?
No, looks like Scoresby are down. So I presume Scoresby at this rate will be going down to third division.
We've got a pending score coming up from South Belgrave and South Croydon, so that game may have finished already. We'll bring you that score as soon as we find out what it is, because it's got major implications for Premier Division this afternoon.
I could try to find that out just quickly, but we'll get back to this game.
Got an injury for Upper Gully?
Yeah,
is that Buster?
Yeah, Buster Todd looks like potentially an ankle. We'll keep an eye on it though.
Thank you, Josh. As forward from Butler, he's kicked almost kept alive that time by Harry Upton. Goes across the line. So 16 and a half minutes gone in this final term. 9-7-61 to 5-5-35. No goals kicked from either side in this last quarter, but after the Bears 5-goal to zip third term, they're going to walk away with a win and move into the second semi against Donvale. Strange kept it alive, goes back to Charles. They link up now through Meyer. Almost they're going to turn this over, wrapped up in the tackle, holding the ball. Ferguson had some good moments today, and he can put the sealer for the Bears.
It's probably the first time in this half where they've played the way that I see Upper Gully playing football, and for it to result in that, it's pretty heartbreaking. Second chance, though. We're happy for that.
They do get a second chance, of course. They'll meet tomorrow's winners, Ferguson, to put the icing on the cake. Kobe Ferguson, just a minor score.
That is not icing on the cake.
It was more like marzipan ice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's gross.
The horrible stuff.
Just a quick update from Div 2. Scoresby have got a goal back. It's back to 5 points.
Oh, no.
Lilydale 13-6-84 to Scoresby 12-7-79.
But with Ringwood beating Templestowe, that's not going to be enough for him.
So, Sizesplitter will get this one. Oh, no, he drops in one that should have been taken, but unfortunately didn't.
Just a quick update on the Waverley Blues. Heathmont, Paul, margin.
Heathmont have got it back to 16 points. It's late it's 25 and a half gone though in the last quarter. It's Waverley Blues 13-8-86 to Heathmont 11-4, 7 tie.
So they look safe in the division.
Yeah.
Vermont have got it back out to 27 points in that game at East Ringwood this afternoon. So Vermont are going to be playing, secured their finals position here.
But they could go for the double chance brush as well.
They could.
So a tackle laid by Kruger, and it's going to be another boundary throw in.
Yeah, they've got Berwick at home next week. Blake, they're playing for that double chance.
And Doncaster East play who? Brush?
I think
East Ringwood.
East Ringwood.
There you go. So we're back here. So on the boundary side, Bateson around this one gets tackled immediately. That was by Nick Halo. So it looks like the Bears will be playing Donvale next week. And if you look at the past history between the two sides, Basin got Donvale by 2 points last time they met at Batterham, and then a free kick going here. And it's going to go to the Basin in Butler. So, are we doing votes today, Ryan?
Yeah, we can do votes after the game.
Oh, well, here be my votes. I'll give you an early one there. The spoil there, that was by Nuku. Charles around this one. Nuku again. Good chain of hand passes by Upper Gully here. Kick there, that was by Matty Graham. Socket boot from Smith. And this might go well here. Upton launches from 50. Brown! Oh. Big mark taken there. And this could be the icing on the cake. He's directly in front here on the angle. Basin, they've controlled this game from the third quarter, the second half, I would say. And this could make it 6 goals to none if Brown can kick this in a row. The Bears, we going through Mitch Brown, the vice captain, can kick goal number 32 in his senior ranks here and put the icing on the cake here for the Basin. Mitch Brown lines up. The Bears have a battle with the Magpies next week as Mitch Brown gets that one through. 10-8-68 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 5-5-35. A date with the Magpies next week is confirmed now, and it's 6 in a row at the moment for the Bears.
It is, and they've been super impressive today, the way they've responded. In this second half, they've just been absolutely dominant. So they've got a real chance next week. This is it win number 11 in a row?
I think it's 12.
12 in a row. So that is a pretty good record to be heading into.
I think that loss against Donvale, ever since they've had that one, they've won every game since.
Pretty incredible stuff as we're back in the middle again. It's now a 33-point lead as we tick into time on here at Wally 2 Reserve. Upper Ferntree Gully, their season not done yet. They will play next week on the Sunday back here at Wally 2 Reserve against either the Falcons or the Cats. which will be live streamed tomorrow afternoon.
I think the Basin will probably feel justified because it was Upper Gully that put them out of the finals last year. They've exacted their revenge.
They have. There's a big tackle there by Delaney. And a little slow to get up that time was Wilson.
That was as good a third quarter of football that you want to see in a finals perspective from the Basin this afternoon. They really came out and hunted that ball in that third quarter, and basically they snuffed any chance out that Upper Ferntree Gully had.
Their movement was so good in that third quarter.
So Gibbons got it off to Kruger. His kick turned over. Upper Ferntree Gully going through the middle of the ground, looking to get a mark or something out of this. Out the back that time was Size word up.
And with that, they've just been able to afford that extra player down back, which is really hurting Upper Gully every time they move the ball forward.
It certainly has, as Gribble's kick forward. No mark taken. Nuku did well. He's going to get run down, though. Did he just get rid of it in time? He must have. The handball forward here to Charles. Charles now looking to take the game on through the middle of the ground. Robertson, who took a great mark in the second term, hasn't had much of a impact in the second half, hasn't had too many opportunities. His kick was good to McDonald, who's run down in the tackle by Swindle, just got it off in time as the Bears look to clear their lines. Back out and towards centre wing here.
That was fantastic
broadcast
body
side.
work.
Absolutely, as the tackle's going to be paid against Upper Ferntree Gully, high free kick.
There's actually no other way to stop someone that's 2 heads taller than you.
He ducked right into that, by the way.
And the coach would have loved that little 1%er there.
Liam West. Almost a mark from behind by Butler. Brown.
They got plenty of run in them
comes
here.
back out. Here's Upton for a little extra. Just misses that.
The half celebration.
Would have gone to the post. It was, so you know where he's going towards.
As we go to Paul Laconey.
In Div 2, we've got a final score. Ringwood have got up over Templestowe. Ringwood 8-5-53 to Templestowe 6-6-42, and it's currently 4 points between Scoresby and Lilydale. Lilydale 14-6-90 to Scoresby 13-8-86.
I'm worried. I'm worried about that Ringwood game. I'm in trouble. I'm not going to say why, but
You can't say that and not say why.
So he does this all the time.
Oh.
So have Ringwood performed the Houdini act of Division 2 this year? 2 weeks ago, they look like they're going to get relegated. Now they're going to stay up.
Yep. So it's going to have massive intrigue. Post game's going to be big, but
I'm guessing Emmy put his foot in his mouth and said something to someone from Ringwood, and now he's going to cop it.
Blake would never ever say anything to anyone that would annoy them whatsoever. I could never imagine it.
Don't look at my story. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Your
right
Instagram
now.
story?
Yeah, don't
No,
look
let's
at it
go.
tonight. There's
hot tonight.
Smith's around this one here. As getting this ball here is Lavender, and a great hit. That's as much as you like. Straight on mid, Michael Thompson there. And that's going to roll through.
I think you should put your profile on public.
That was literally an open invitation to look at his Instagram.
Well, literally, I actually just went and looked, but then I realised his profile's on private too, so if you're not on it already...
give him a follow.
So it's just unplugged to the game here. And looks like Mitch Brown's going to have this one after a free kick. It's going to go back to Upper Gully. We'll go to boundary. Is that a pocket dial?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, thought so. Of course it's Josh.
This time
that's
it was
two.
me.
That's 2 on
That's
you,
it.
Josh.
Hand over the buzzer. One was Jared, one was
over
me.
the buzzer.
So there's a kick there. That was by Gribble.
Jared would never pocket dial.
The Bears are going to lap this up here with Upton. He tried to go for the half Sally, and we all know where this one's going if he kicks this one through. He's going to take a bit of time, bit of a cramp by the looks of it. I'm no doctor, but...
I love it how we hear that almost every week.
Yeah.
I'm no doctor. Like,
I'm no mathematician.
You actually don't have to tell us that.
Lilydale have got up over Scoresby.
Scoresby are relegated. There you go.
Oh, Davo's excited.
And Lilydale into the finals too.
So Upton, we'll talk about that later, but Upton on the pocket can put the icing on the cake. No, that's the second poster he's hit. And that's through for a behind. So that moves the score to 10-10-70 to the upper Ferntree Gully 5-5-35. 26.5 minutes in
Do you love the way,
to the final quarter.
Do you love the way Blake's taking control of the call team this afternoon?
I like it. Good
I have purposely not said anything, but he's doing very well to stop all of the distractions right now.
He's done well as the siren sounds.
And it's all over.
The Basin are through to a second semi-final. They'll meet Donvale next week. 10-10-70, they've defeated Upper Ferntree Gully 5-5-35, all off the back of a excellent third term, 5 goals to zip.
Yeah, excellent excellent win here by the Basin. Like I said, you play if you're in sometimes in finals, and you need one quarter of football where things go right. They did everything that they needed to do in that third quarter to win this contest this afternoon.
Yeah, it was great considering the first half was just so tightly contested with both teams going at it within the actual contest itself.
Yep.
But also that, the coverage of the middle of the ground, so forcing everyone to go long down the line. So for the Basin to be able to convert in that third was so strong. And this, in finals, that's a winner. And it really sets you up because it's so hard to come back from that.
Yes, indeed. So we're going to get an interview here with Josh Ward and Jared Beanland. I wonder who Josh Ward will go to. He always
Macca Baton? No way. Go on.
He's going to go to Edwards.
It's only to say stuff it to me, surely.
Well, we'll go with Connor Edwards, one of the star goal kickers. Connor today and key in the Basin's victory. Con, you must be very happy to book a second semi-final date with Donvale with a performance like that.
Yeah, stoked. 100%. The boys played really well today. Couldn't be prouder of them.
How do you think of that third quarter as well? You really started to lift the intensity. Was that one of the better quarters you played this year?
Yeah, we knew we didn't give it as much as we could in the first half. So, it was good to get out there and play how we want to play in the third quarter.
And how do you feel about going up against Donvale next weekend with a spot in the grand final on the line?
Yeah, just another one. We'll get it done, mate.
Absolutely. Thanks, Connor. Good luck for the next week.
Guys, I've got Ethan Power, mate. Basin's first finals victory since 2015, a long 11 years. What does it mean?
Well, it means heaps, yeah. But, there wasn't much talk about it going into the game. It was just another one to tick off the list. If you get in your own head about it, it comes hard, and it's a mental game. So, yeah, I think we did the job.
And what do you reckon the impact Joel Perry's had on this club? Because it seems to have really reinvigorated the boys at Batterham.
Yeah, for sure. He's taking it slow. He's realistic about what the club wants to do, and he came in at a rough time. Obviously, I think we lost 19 in a row or something like that, and then he's brought us back to we're here now. He's doing well, so yeah, I think we all support him. We all back him.
Awesome. Thanks for your time, Ethan. Go well for next week.
Thank you, Jared, for that. We might take a short break, and then after this, we will get our votes and, talk about an interesting post-game. So if you just joined us, the Basin winners by 25 points. We're going to head into a break, and then after this, we'll tell our votes and as well as post-game scores.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland match of the round. Post-game out here at the Basin and Upper Ferntree Gully. Division 3 qualifying final, the Bears in the end. Winners by 35 points, 10-10-70 to 5-5-35. A 35-point win sees them moving to the second semi-final against Donvale next week. And for Upper Ferntree Gully, not all done just yet. They've still got a chance. They will play the winner tomorrow's game between Knox and Sylvan in the first semi next Sunday. Back here at Wally 2 Reserve. Of course, we've still got an award to give out. We've got the Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best on Ground Award. So we'll try and get everyone's 3-2-1 in just a moment. We've also got a lot of scores around the grounds. I just want to, before we go through them all, just to clarify a couple of things. Division 2 scores will be relegated. They couldn't get over the line over Lilydale, even if they did win, because of Ringwood defeating Templestowe and Heathmont not losing enough by their loss to the Waverley Blues. They will get relegated even if they had pinched that win. So they will move back to this division, Division 3 next season. Final spot, Lilydale's win confirms they will move into the final series for the first time since, I believe, 2018, 2019.
Yeah, 2018 when they played Donny East in that grand final.
There you go. So it's been a long time between drinks for Lilydale. Great to see them back in the finals. Croydon were, unfortunately for their sake, unable to get over the line against a Surrey Park side who were missing some key stars today.
According to someone.
Yes.
Yeah, they were. Did you not look at their lineup?
Yeah, move on. So I reckon we might go from don't think your mic's on, Em.
Emmy, I think you've left your mic off.
Man, and I was funny too.
Rookie error. We might go through some scores first.
Morty's be so happy that he didn't get caught.
We're going to do our votes first, and then we'll jump into the scores, of course.
Do the awards. Let's do the awards.
No Tobin Brothers goal of the day today, even though there were quite a few good ones in that second term. Our Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best On Ground Award for today's winner. I will start with who's ready to go and who's got 3, 2, 1. Davo always likes to start first, and he's.
I'm going to go Em to count the votes. She hasn't done it all year, so I'm throwing it off to you, Em, to count it.
No worries, Blake. At least I won't cook it.
Rightio, we
Talk
ready
about
to
throwing
count?
someone under the bus.
Well, she does it to me every game, Elmy.
Yeah, but you cook it every single time.
All right, Davo, what do we got?
Rightio, so I'm going 1 vote to Connor Edwards. I thought when you only kick 10 goals in a game, I think he kicked 4. That's enough to get a vote from me. I'm going 2 votes to young Aidan Butler. I thought his ruck work was absolutely sensational throughout the game, and I probably am going to apologise for Lockie Kruger because I couldn't get him in, but I'm going to give 3 votes to Ethan Power. I thought he changed the game in the second quarter when he went in the ruck, and then I think he went forward and took a couple of big grabs, went back into the ruck again when they got into some trouble, gained them the ascendancy, so I'm giving him my 3 votes.
There we go. All right. We've got Josh Ward. Your 3-2-1.
I've gone similar. I've gone 1 vote, Lockie Kruger. I thought he was really good through that midfield area. I'm going to give 2 votes to Aidan Butler, but I think the difference on the day was Connor Edwards' third quarter. I was more recognising the impact that certain players had, and his third quarter was quite key in the Basins victory, with, I think, 3 of his 4 goals coming in that quarter as well. He gets my 3 votes for today.
There you go, Jared Beanland.
Sorry, who was the third one?
Connor Edwards.
I've given I've got a little bit different. I've given 1 vote to Carl Delaney. I thought he plugged away really well as the sort of occasional loose backman down there, and I feel like he set them up pretty well occasionally. I'm going 2 votes to Connor Edwards, and 3 is going to go to the big man Aidan Butler.
Do you know how nerve-wracking this is?
It is. A lot of pressure. We've got Matt Spider Lee.
I just can't find the right players.
Spider, your 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, my 1 vote. Thought Lockie Kruger for 1 vote. Thought he played a really important role through that midfield when the Basin really needed, to take the game to another level, particularly in that dominant third term. 2 votes, similar to Davo. I thought Ethan Power was, really important in, turning the tide, particularly, late in that second term and especially in that third quarter as well. So I gave him 2 votes. But I think when you kick 4 goals in a final, it gives you, the impetus. And I thought Connor Edwards today was the best player on the ground.
Thank you, Spider. Paul Uconi, your 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, my 1 vote goes to Ethan Power. 2 to Aidan Butler, and 3 to Lockie to Con Edwards.
Emily, your 1, 2, 3.
So I got 1 for Butler. I really liked the way that Uku played in the back line. I thought the ball was in and out quite consistently, and he played a big role in probably getting the ball out of the back line in the first half in particular. So I've given him 2. And then 3, I've got Edwards as well.
Fantastic. Wayne, what have we got for your votes?
Thank you, Ryan.
I haven't heard that all year.
I'm going 1 vote, Connor Edwards. Magnificent game, especially in that third quarter. He set them up and led by example. 2 to Butler. His third quarter was absolutely insane this afternoon. And 3 votes. He probably ran out of steam in the last quarter, but I thought Kruger was sensational through the midfield this afternoon. He gets my 3 votes.
Yeah, he was fantastic. I've given him the 1 vote. I thought particularly early he set him up well. A lot of speed on him, and certainly gave him plenty of options through the middle of the ground. I'll give the 2... For similar reasons that's already been said to Aidan Butler. Thought was quite important in the ruck, particularly in that third quarter, getting on top and getting them first use of the ball. And then I've gone 3 for Connor Edwards as well. I think when you, for the same reasons that's been said so far, he's kicked the 4 goals in a low-scoring game. I thought he was fantastic up forward, presented well, a great mark of the football, and I just thought he was such an important player in today's game. Blake?
Yes, well, I think Edwards will be walking away with the Cryo Stay Young voucher, but I'm going to give 1 vote to Connor Edwards. I thought he was really good all day and controlled this game, kicked the 4 goals, so I'm going to say that. My 2 votes, it's going to go to the man in the middle. We set him up all day, I felt like, and that's Lockie Kruger. And my 3 votes goes to my good friend in mine, and that man is Aidan Butler. He gets my 3.
Yes, your high school friend.
Yes, and primary school. Yep.
Claim to fame.
Yeah, so who won that, Em?
Yeah, Edwards. Easy.
Edwards won easy, mate.
There you go. So
if I could just do the maths,
yes.
that's your favourite saying.
Anyway, so he gets the...
Yeah, it wasn't funny, was it?
We could use some creative accounting to change it for you, Blake.
So Connor Edwards gets the Cryo Stay Young Eastland voucher as well. So he came into the side, which is crazy to think as well this game. So he kicked the 4 goals.
So that's probably Foxen. They'll probably Foxen.
Well, I think he was out last week, and we've of course discussed it a fair fair bit about clubs managing players. And
It's a
he
week
must-
one of finals.
Yeah,
Was he injured?
Yeah, I'm not too sure.
There was a bit of doubt because I spoke to the team manager and they didn't know if he would get up and play today, but he
Yeah,
did.
so it's an
and kicked
injury,
four,
yeah.
So
Yeah,
that's a big story as well.
So why throw to me? Then why didn't you throw to Blake there? He has more intel.
Put this
Blake
way.
is a smart man, you know.
Oh, very smart.
Blakey, they knew this morning he was playing.
Yeah.
Let's not sugarcoat it.
Yeah, well, he wasn't on the Play HQ app, so I had to chase that down, which I did.
That should be a fine.
Yeah, so as we throw it off to Ryan Long.
Yes. Yeah, well, so obviously, firstly, congratulations, Connor Edwards. Cryo Stay Young Eastland Best On Ground Award. But there are club packages available as well.
Yes,
on
saw that photo of Josh Tovey.
Yes, of course. I was down there with him at the start of the year or the end of last year and trying out everything at Cryo Stay Young Eastland. So get involved. You can check out the website for more information on that for club packages and discounts as well. On the game itself, we'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, but we're going to recap all the games around the grounds. Of course, this division finals time, but for a lot of other divisions, it was the final round of the season or it was the second last round of the season for Premier. I believe Paul has got some scores. Let's talk about Premier, recapping the results from today's games.
Yeah, starting off with Blackburn and Berwick. Blackburn 23-10, 148 to Berwick 10-20, 80. Rowville 21-14, 140 to Donny East 11-5, 71. Balwyn 20-12, 132 to Noble Park 2-4, 16. And South Belgrave got over South Croydon. South Belgrave 12-15, 87 to South Croydon 12-13, 85. And Vermont 16-7, 103 to East Ringwood 11-8, 74.
So the high likelihood of Noble Park going down to Division 1, that is huge.
Well, their percentage gap is 10% now.
So that's it. They're not going to make that up next week. So that's a first to see them drop to Division 1, which will be very interesting next year. The division shake-up, Rush, obviously following or working at Vermont and being associated there for a long period of time.
Their first relegation?
Yes. It's be very odd not seeing them in Premier Division next year.
Most definitely. And, look, I think the writing was on the ball last year. And I think this year they just weren't competitive enough for long enough. Look, and their scores indicated, Ryan, that they're only competitive for 2.5 to 3 quarters in most games this year, and other sides were able to turn them over either early or late. And look, that's a massive win for South Belgrave. I mean, it's almost like it's the double whammy, really, because not only do South Belgrave get the win, but they get added percentage that they didn't have to accumulate.
And just touching on the top 5, which is locked in, can we see Vermont potentially jumping up into third spot? Because Doncaster East, I know they don't have a lot to play for in the final 2 rounds of the season. Their final spot is locked up, but that was disappointing today to go by that big of a margin to a side you're sitting alongside on the Premier Division table.
I think, Josh, what's probably been considering that Rowville probably didn't have on paper one of their strongest sides in, and they've won by 70 points at Seabeck. You'd have to think that I would think Doncaster East would be disappointed with that.
So just a ladder recap just quickly. So East Ringwood on top, then it's Rowville, then it's Doncaster East. So that game is vital next week. Vermont take on South Belgrave, I believe.
No, they play Berwick.
Sorry, that's the one, and that's at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Donny East play East Ringwood next week. So Vermont, it's crazy to think, if you would have told me after round 3 Vermont would be getting a double chance, I'll say you're kidding yourself. So
I agree.
So there you go.
I do agree with you, Brake, because I wouldn't have thought that.
And just to look, at Doncaster East, that's really concerning for them, given the fact that, best case scenario, and they do get the double chance, they're playing Rowville again, and they just got walloped by them.
I will say this, I know there were a couple of out, including Taylor Dooman for this game, but that's still, putting that on the park isn't the greatest.
Before we get into Division 1, Paul, Blackburn will be playing finals. They officially eliminated Berwick. So there you go. In the bottom,
And also eliminated Baldwin as well.
Yeah, I think Baldwin were eliminated last week, officially eliminated. So Paul, let's go through Division 1.
Yeah, so in Division 1, Norwood 19-13, 127 to Bayswater 7-5, 47. Montrose 12-10, 82 to Beaconsfield 9-9, 63. North Ringwood 14-13, 97 to Baronia 11-15, 81. Park Orchards 15-13, 103 to Moorbark 13-15, 93. And Wanney South 13-9, 87 to Mitcham 11-10, 76, which means North Ringwood will finish top.
There you go. So Mitcham.
Sorry, could you repeat that for me again?
No, moving on. So next week, we'll officially can name it now. So next week, Mitcham will take on Park Orchards. That's at Tormore Reserve on the Saturday.
That's going to be a good game.
And
That's
then Montrose, Montana South, I should say that, will play Montrose in the elimination final at Pinks Reserve, Kilsyth, next week as well. So that's two huge finals next week in First Division.
Two massive finals. Paul, we recapped the results a lot during that last quarter on Division 2, but summarise those ones and then we'll talk about what's happening next week in the Division 2 final series.
Yeah, so in Division 2, Surrey Park 14-11, 95 to Croydon 10-16, 76. East Burwood 28, 128 to Mulgrave 9-10, 64. Lilydale 14-6, 90.
Oh, 28.
13-9, 87. Ringwood 8-5, 53 to Templestowe 6-6, 42. And Waverley Blues 13-8, 86 to Heathmont 11-4, 70.
Yeah.
What a weird division.
It is. So next week's finals, so Surrey Park, we all heard it. They got the minor premiership, so they'll have a week off. Templestowe will play Mulgrave in the qualifying final that we played at Walker Park. And then as well, Waverley Blues. And as we mentioned, Ryan, Lilydale were playing finals for the first time since 2019, I actually believe.
That's fantastic.
Isn't that great, just coming from where they were last year?
Yeah.
I think they didn't get relegated, but they did finish bottom of the ladder. Is that correct?
I think a lot of us predicted them and Croydon to be in the bottom two of the Division 2, but what do we know?
Well, as a Lilydale resident, it's great to see them playing finals.
Are you jumping on that bandwagon now, Blake?
I don't think he believes too much about Montrose, so he's jumping on the Lilydale one just in case.
So we move to Division 4. We obviously know what happened in that result, so we go to Division 4, Paul Laconi.
Yeah, so in Div 4, Fair Park 16-16, 112 to Doncaster 9-3, 57. Churnside Park 35-18 to
all right.
I just want to...
Forest Hill 7-3, 45, Blake.
So Trent Cassadine kicked 11. So and Josh Swift kicked 8. So
all right,
moving on. Yeah.
Warrandyte 18-9, 117 to Kilsyth 11-13.
Gee, that's a good win.
79.
Big win, yeah.
Croydon North Emlock 31-14, 200 to Nunawading 6-12, 48.
When have Emlock ever kicked 200 points in a game of footy?
That's got to be the first time they've ever cracked the double thumb.
And Bailey Cheong has kicked 10 goals for them as well.
So Doncaster only finished 6th.
Yeah.
It's a good effort in their first season back.
Yeah, I'd be pretty choked. I'd be pretty stoked at that for Doncaster. And to finish 6th, and they had some good wins. They got some decent floggings as well along the way, but you know, they've made
second half of the year has been
they made a
pretty
good fist of it, I reckon.
Yeah. So just on next week, so Warrandyte will get the week. Oh no, they won't actually, due to the 4-team comp here. So Warrandyte will play Churnside Park. They got the double chance. So that will be the qualifying final. That will be on the Saturday. That'll be down at East Ringwood Reserve. And then Ball and Templestowe will play Fair Park, and that will be on the Sunday, I believe, down at East Ringwood Reserve. So that's the finals for you. We've got 10 minutes. I'll throw it up to you, people.
Yeah,
what has been the biggest surprise today? What's been the key talking points, you reckon?
Well, I think if you want to ask actually biggest surprise, I'd say Vermont knocking off East Ringwood so convincingly and giving them a chance of the double chance. I also think Mitcham's loss to Wanturna South comes as a bit of a surprise, and I was starting to think that they might have just done enough to lock in top spot, but they're going to have to do it the way they did it in 23 and 24 and win through from the qualifying final. So North Ringwood, they lock up top spot, and it puts them in a very good position, get the week off. Potentially they get a couple of players back in the second semi another week ahead.
Yeah, they had a few changes out this week, and so some of those people will be getting, or those players will be getting 2 weeks off. But I think again, it's just that we've said it the last couple of weeks. It's a testament to the competition of the Division 1. Like it's so close. Anyone in that top 5 can win. So like one turner knocking off Mitcham, you go like pretty rough for Mitcham, but also not surprising at the same time, just in the way that division's kind of been going.
And just as well with the Mitcham forward line as well, that was a really big win by Wanturna South, considering what they had to match up on. I know Johnson was playing in the 2s reserves today, so that's going to be another major inclusion next week, I believe. If that,
well, that will be a talking
That's great, coming through the 2s. Yeah. Is there anyone else that they're missing as well?
Well, they've still got the skipper and Jesse Uren to come back into the lineup.
Did Ali play this week too?
I believe so. I think he was listed from memory. So they had a very strong side on paper. So that's a fantastic win by Wanturna South.
And didn't Monty South have Jake Denez and a couple of others out as well?
Did. No Denez. I know they got a couple back. I think maybe O'Keefe and Nathan Denez. But either way, and as you said, your point is very, very key here. Anyone in the top 5 on their day.
Yeah, sorry, Ali played today as well.
So pretty much, you'd say close to all those top 5 sides, they all had players missing, whether they were through choice or whatnot, as in, you're resting players because that's a bit of a tactic going into finals, but all of them were doing that. So we're not going to even see the best of Div 1 yet.
I still think Mitcham were closest to full strength though, with Uren, and I think you guys mentioned another one out, but
Baldwin, did he play?
Yeah, I think he might have.
Yeah, Lovell played, Baldwin played, and I think there was another one as well.
Yeah, so that and Johnson as well, in fact. So they were pretty much close to full strength with Mitcham. So I think that's the surprise, given I expected them to win pretty comfortably as well, the Tigers.
I think all the stories come out of the top 3 divisions. I think Division 4, let's be honest, I think went to I think that went to script. Yeah. I think all the stories come out of Premier 1 and 2. But I still think that probably the most significant story for the weekend is the South Belgrave survival in Premier Division.
That's great. It's just nice for a team to go up and not get relegated back down.
I think my biggest one, and I know we have a support, sort of thing that likes them, but North Ringwood's minor premiership, I think that's a big one as well, considering where they were 2 years ago. I even go back 2 years ago, compared to where they are now. They have improved, and I said it last year on the review podcast or preview that they are the most improved side. They made a prelim last year, and to get that minor premiership, I think that's probably the first time in about a decade that they've actually got the minor premiership when they won that flag in 2014. So.
But it also helps, Blake, when you bring in a coach that knows how to structure a side, right, and understands his playing group and puts those players where they're going to get the greatest benefits.
And when we say benefit, it's not just about where they're best positions, it's also where are they going to be in 2 or 3 years' time. And I think culturally, Pricey's really done such a great job in showing the longevity of these players' careers and getting the buy-in of the players rather than just giving them what they wanted first couple of weeks.
I will say this, when Aidan Begg left, I was one of the people that were a little bit worried about how North Ringwood were going to cope with his loss. But I think jeepers, if you had the luxury of putting him in back now, I mean...
Well, Tassie have a double chance at the moment, so I don't know whether he's going to be available.
Could you imagine putting him back in now if you had the opportunity?
Oh, it'd be
considering how the side actually still has blossomed even after he has... even after he stopped playing.
Well, and I think that's the beauty of North Ringwood and all the juniors that they had coming through and all the players that have played through talent.
19s are undefeated too.
19s are undefeated. So they've got a really great coach in the 19s there too. And so I think a lot of people focused on Begg, and I probably said to you guys, like, it's not the Begg show, and then no one listened to you. That's okay, I can deal with that. But they can transition the ball out. Like, their back line, North Ringwood, is so young and so good. Like, there's so many representative players that have played. Cantwell, Riley White.
Walker.
Walker's young.
There's my little mate going.
Channy.
Yeah, Channy.
Jackson Braunthal. I mean, I haven't watched him, but, you know, with Braunthal, you're playing him, you know, in the forward line and then in the midfield as well. And I think the way that Price is structured last year was that these players were playing back line, but you can throw a Cantwell into the midfield, you can throw a Braunthal into the midfield, you can throw a James Leach into the midfield, you have Fenton in the midfield. Like, even though they don't have such a dominant ruck anymore, there's still so many players that are smart enough to work out how to win the contest, even if they're not winning the ruck taps.
Just a couple of things, because we're just about to go off air, so just a few things to recap. Of course, here, if you've just joined us, the Bears have walked away with a 35-point win, 10-10-70 to Upper Ferntree Gully, 5-5-35. They will play Donvale back here at Wally 2 Reserve next week. Next week, Upper Ferntree Gully will play on the Sunday here. They will play the winner of Knox v Sylvan. So you can catch all the action live tomorrow from 1:15 p.m. It is Knox v Sylvan. So we'll have pretty much a lot of the people here back again tomorrow to break down the game, cover that live. It's going to be fantastic again to see the Cats back in the finals. The Falcons have got something to prove. So looking forward to that one. No weekend recovery podcast. I'm just going to continue to push that out because I do not want emails coming through of where the podcast is. You're not going to see it. Yes, you can sleep in. You're not going to hear that. So,
well, just listen to the pre-match and you'll get a recap of yesterday's games.
Absolutely, you'll get a full recap of all things EFNL at the moment. Of course, the senior women's played in their first week of the finals today. So plenty of results from the qualifying finals, the elimination finals. We'll see. You'll be hosting tomorrow, Blake. So I'm going to get you to recap some of those results as well.
So Park Orchards are into a third straight grand final in the women's. So this is a big story for Park Orchards as well. They've been a massive rise considering the outs that they had this year in the women's division. Bowen won today as well in the women's. I still don't have a score from
That's right. We won't go through them all now because we'll run out of time. But I do actually have a result in that game. East Ringwood winners over Mooroolbark.
Okay, and I can say this. I'm going to say
very quickly.
Here we go. Here go on. Montrose women's into a third straight grand final. So there you go. So they're in there.
Well done, Blake. Well done.
Very good story. They've been super impressive, and under new coach Steve Varley this year, they've done.
Okay, Skipper, wrap it up.
Let's go.
Come on, Captain.
Our illustrious leader, apparently.
That's enough.
Wrap it up.
Josh loves to.
I say that through gritted teeth most time, but anyway.
Okay, well, thanks, Josh.
I would too if I were you.
Not as esteemed as Davo.
Yes, well, let's run it through. Big thank you to Brett Davidson and Matt Spider Lee today, who've done a fantastic job pre-game, half-time. Spider, got the mic there.
He does now. Thanks, Josh. Great to be here today. The Bears were thoroughly deserved winners, and another chance for Upper Gully next week. Looking forward to seeing what happens tomorrow, and now off to the G tonight.
Yes, sure you enjoy that one. Davo, we've got Davo. He's
great game today. Looking forward to tomorrow, and I need to go to bed early because 2 days in a row is too much for me.
Blake's got a reverse, raffle tonight. So does Josh. So
I don't know if I'll be welcome. I don't know if I'll be welcome there after my tip today. I don't know.
Come on, give that a skip.
Let's go.
Bradley's not happy with that. Big thank you to Jared and Josh on the boundary.
Pleasure.
Thanks,
Paul Yaconi, Stats Centre around the grounds. Great to have you back.
Pleasure.
Emily Mackay and Wayne Brasher
thank you.
The special chairs today. Fantastic job, you two.
Thank you very much.
A big thank you to you, Blake Tennant. Great call from you, mate.
No, thank you.
Well done, Blake.
Very good.
Superstar, Blakey.
We love Blake.
Nah, thank you, guys. Thank you. I haven't had this in a long time since the Montrose game.
Oh, no. All right, big thank you to Megan Green on the camera. Both games today. Lee Green, who does all the work behind the scenes. Great job. It's all done here at Wally 2 Reserve. The Basin 10-10-70 to Upper Ferntree Gully 5-5-35.
Yo, little beauty.